She was wonderful. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, very cool. Kind of wild to get into the head of some of these pilots and what they've gone through, what they've seen, and what they have to train for to be here, and the precision and all the work that goes into just a little 15 to 18 minute show. So it's pretty amazing to see, Dan.
Yeah. So glad you could be here. Warriors over the Wasatch Air and Space Show live from Hill Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins from the AETC Public Affairs team alongside Matt from KSL 5, the morning weather guy.
Yeah, I am.
How's the weather progressing?
Oh, very nice. Right on par with what we were expecting for this hour. Very smooth air for these guys to be flying in. You think about it. You experience turbulence in just a commercial airline, and you're not doing any tricks. You out here, you see turbulence. That could throw off your move. You're flying 300 feet above the ground. So it's nice to have the smooth air out here, and not to mention great weather for all the spectators that have come out to Hill Air Force Base. So it's really, really cool.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the 2nd Audio Visual Squadron. All these fantastic pictures brought to you by this squadron based out of Hill Air Force Base. So big thanks to our entire crew out there making it happen. And Matt, honestly, are these not incredible shots?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, look how low he is to the ground. And later on in the show, you'll probably see more jets. And we were just talking to Kristen Bayo-Wolf, 300 feet above the ground, going 100, who knows how many hundreds of miles an hour, upside down, cockpit facing the ground there. And it's just amazing to see these guys do these maneuvers. And like she was saying, some of these aircraft are actually they actually go to war. It's not just for show. Some of these will be going out to the field to work. I don't know if they're going to go straight to war, but they're actually used in real-time situations. I don't know the exact name of the aircraft we're watching right now, but these guys put a lot of time into making this show happen. A lot of years of experience and expertise, and really just honing in on these crazy moves that they're doing.
All right, Matt, we're going to go ahead and send it out to the Air Boss for a little bit and catch some of the air show narration. Take a listen.
Record. They got there first. When they got into Canada, they were based at CFB Trenton. Canadian Forces Base Trenton. So low and to your right, the legendary aircraft of reconnaissance and training and fighter and racing and record keeping, record breaking, is the de Havilland Vampire. Jets after the World War II, well, it would go into a jet dogfight arena in the Korean War. It would be mostly our F-86 Sabre swept wing aircraft against the MiG aircraft, another swept wing aircraft with captured German aeronautical data that showed us that a swept wing aircraft was superior to offset buffet boundary. Lockheed did not have an entry that was a swept wing aircraft. North American did because of the information gleaned from the Germans after the war. So did the Russians with the MiG-15 swept wing aircraft. And it was to be a swept wing dogfight pure jet, with the exception of one Navy pilot in a piston powered airplane that gained ace status in the Korean War. Great profile, Jerry Jet Connolly and the legendary de Havilland Vampire. Maximum speed on the aircraft, 548 miles an hour. That's the red line. You saw that Jerry's got a couple of tanks on the aircraft. Range of over 1,000 miles with aux tanks and with proper oxygen. Able to cruise up in the 40,000 foot range. By the way, it had day and night capability as well. Another Another tip of the hat to the British in their design, making it versatile in many different regimes and then adding day and night capability. With a perfect sky for airshow smoke. Twin boom, de Havilland Vampire. Get ready with your cameras and your phone cameras, because coming in over our right shoulder in an arcing pass, you'll be able to clip shots with a plan view. Coming in from your right, putting it up on the left wing. There is a photo opportunity against the mountains. We're going to land Jerry Connolly. There'll be a few minutes if you have to go, and you know what I mean, if you have to go visit the facilities. While we recover Jerry Connolly, there'll be a little bit of time before our next routine. So if you've been waiting to go because you didn't want to miss any of the flying action, you can head off now, do that, or enjoy a drink, or a food item, or more activity with suntan lotion, sun blocker, lip protection, and hydrated. Stay hydrated.
So as Jerry Connolly gets ready to land with the Vampire, we'll get ready for our next act. I want to remind you, too, that you can dream big. Stop by Dream Big Entertainment out there and jump in the cockpit of the F-18. Make sure you tell Jake happy birthday and get your picture taken for those Christmas cards and all those other great moments. Remember your day here at Warriors over the Wasatch.
All right, now shortly we're going to change the pace again to the world of unlimited monoplanes and a most dynamic guy. His name is Bob Freeman. We call him Buzzkill Bob is his new name, and I'll tell you why. It deals with a turkey vulture in air-to-air combat, and I'll tell you the results. Bob started flying back in 1972 in junior high school. Had a very high passion for competition aerobatics. And over the years, over 4 decades, he has brought home the gold in both national and international competition representing the United States of America. A degree in mechanical engineering with honors. Retired position as a chief technologist at Seagate Corporation. An inventor with 14 patents. And life goes good for a while, then life gets a little turn. Bob had a bout with leukemia some years ago. He would like to thank the scientists, the researchers, the doctors, the nurses, and the caregivers, and his family for providing his survival to get back in the cockpit. Now, having, after 4 decades, retired from competition, He is now devoted to airshow flying. I got to tell you about Buzzkill Bob. That's a relatively new name. He was out flying a turkey vulture that weighed 5 pounds, and Bob got into a dogfight at 145 miles per hour. The turkey vulture took a big chunk out of Bob's vertical stabilizer. Bob got the airplane safely on the ground and was okay. Not so for the turkey vulture. Don't mess with Bob. They repaired the aircraft. It's back in use again. And 4 more turkey vultures, and Bob Freeman can go to ace status. All right, Bob Freeman, now turn around and look up. Start the music and we get ready for a sky dance. Bob has a wild entry. It's a series of snap rolls. Okay, there's Bob over the tower. You see he's got the altitude he wants. Now you're not going to believe this neck snapping, disorientation as he does the curlicues on the descending line at a blistering pace. This partly comes from his world of competition. This partly comes from his showmanship. Imagine yourself twisting and turning in this airplane. Blue, green, blue, green, blue, green, ground, sky, ground, sky, ground, sky. Now a hammerhead turnaround. As he pulls to the right, a grueling amount of gravity forces him into his seat, pulling to the vertical, rolling the aircraft. He'll do what we call a vertical reverse. Out of that, he'll do a knife edge spin. Knife edge is when you fly on the fuselage. Spinning is when you're spinning it around on the descent. And both are a combination of the same thing. Knife edge spin, he'll stop it right about there. Then we'll look for that maneuver we explained to the early. Known as the Lumsabach, the equivalent of drinking too much plum brandy. You get tipsy and out of control, and this is what happens if you try to walk or fly. Now, off on your right, the sky dance will include, again, the vertical reverse, known as the hammerhead, with a little rudder dance on the way up. Little rudder left, little rudder right, little rudder left, little rudder right. Let's dance it on up. Lead off all the speed, full left rudder, little right aileron. Now coming back in, Bob Freeman. Many years of competition and the medals to prove it. We'll head at Airshow Center for the torque roll. Pull to the vertical, slice the horizon, 90 degrees. Start to roll the airplane. The speed will start to dissipate. Gravity will start to take over. With the power from the engine and the propeller spinning backwards with the torque of the engine. Now the sky dance, maneuver one after the other, staying in front of the audience at all times. Pulling to the vertical, rolling the aircraft on the way up, stopping it. Stick gently back into his lap. Down on the 45-degree line, that's what we call the shark's tooth with a series of rolls. Now another variation of the vertical reverse of the hammerhead turn is the pinwheel shoulder roll. Up he goes once again, forced down into his seat. Into the shoulder roll, gyroscopic maneuvers, recovering right side up. And a small hairpin turnaround. Straight up, hairpin turnaround. And we'll watch for the spin maneuver on the descent. There's the spin as promised. Now rolling the aircraft in the knife edge flight. Gaining altitude. line roll. Now we'd like to talk to you about Bob's sponsor. We'd like to thank our friends at Ed Kenley Ford. We'd like to recognize Ed Kenley Ford and specifically Julie Kenley for her continued support of the Warriors over the Wasatch Air Show. As a patron sponsor of the Top of Utah Military Affairs Committee, Ed Kenley Ford has been serving military families since 1981. The values of service, courage, discipline, and integrity, the same ones that inspire our team to treat each customer that visits our dealership in Layton just like family. At Ed Kenley Ford, we speak only one language, cars. Of course, we're fluent in many dialects, including parts, service, and finance. If you're interested in learning the lingo yourself, stop by and see us at our Layton, Utah showroom today. Whether you hail from Layton, Clearfield, Clinton, Syracuse, or Kaysville, we'll be happy to bring you up to speed. If you feel like speed, come in and drive the all-electric Mustang Mach-E. Feels like you're seriously pulling some G's. Let's not forget the new tough Bronco Sport, Maverick, and Lightning models. Add to that our lifetime warranty on all vehicles, the fact that we never charge over MSRP, and you've got a Top Gun solution. All right, now we'll watch for Bob once again to come from off of his perch. He gained a little bit of altitude on that brake to cool down his engine instruments and oil. Rolling the aircraft, and again a blistering rate of roll. Now watch for him to do a spin the hard way, spinning the aircraft on the way up. Power to weight ratio of the engine, the construction of the airplane, but the talent of Bob Freeman is what allows you to do this. An upward spin. Now combining several maneuvers into one, Bob Freeman will be coming back in, setting up two maneuvers into one. It will be a loop. On the top of the loop, upside down, he will snap roll the aircraft. We call this the avalanche. Around once, around twice, around three times, recovering inverted. Now Bob's going to do half of a loop. He'll get it with some altitude. Now watch, he'll kick rudder left, rudder right, and flip the airplane end over end. He'll have room to do it again. Watch the rudder left, right, and then a flip end over end. They call that the dinks maneuver. Now to stay on stage, off on your right, it is the hairpin turnaround, bringing him from right to left. Now as he comes back in, he's going to do what he calls the right foot slide with a negative G or outside snap roll. Positive G's force you down into your seat. Negative G's try to force you out of your seat, held in only by a double set of safety straps. Into the maneuver. The slide, then the outside snap, still gaining altitude. Floating across the top. All right, Bob Freeman coming back in from your left will execute the 8-point hesitation roll. In level flight, stopping the airplane every 45 degrees of rotation, starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Spiraling tower off on your right. Folks, this is grueling work. This is punishment. There's pain in this flight. Oh, that pilot's sitting down. Oh, that pilot's got no worry. No, sir. Not true at all. It hurts. It takes conditioning, both physically and mentally. Now using the left rudder, a little bit of slide maneuver. And from there, a very scientific maneuver known as the flop. Recovering and flying inverted. Now rolling to the right side of position. A quick turnaround will bring Bob Freeman back in for the centrifuge. Now the turnaround maneuver to stay on stage. Half Cuban 8 maneuver, that's 5/8 of a loop. You know that by now. All right, this is a tribute to his good buddy Bill Stein, who will be flying later on today. This is called the Steinway, a maneuver invented by Bill Stein and copied with great admiration by Bob Freeman. And by the way, what's a Steinway? Oh, about 625 pounds. Okay, yeah, that goes back to 1960, George. Okay. All right, eyes and cameras out on the center stage. Remember those farmers who were out planting their crop even in the darkness this morning. They're ready to harvest that crop. They're going to do it with a signal from Bob Freeman. Bob Freeman, high and to the right. The pyro will come at ground level. If you want to get them both in the shot, in your cameras, get a little bit of the earth. Get a little bit of the earth. This is a photo pass. There you see inside the office. So again, that shot with the pyro and Bob, get a little bit of the ground in the bottom of whatever device you're using to take the picture and have it mostly sky. Then you will get the pyro from the ground up, you'll get the airplane, you'll get the mountains, you'll get all the color, you'll get the action. So we're going to pyro, Firewalkers, Pyro International. Sarge Myers and his group of veterans, 150 years of professional pyro experience. They already started out the show once, augmenting the U.S. Army Golden Knights. Descent into the ground. Okay, from your right, eyes and cameras. Let's have some fun. Somebody give me a lighter. Got a lighter? Fun with pyrotechnics. Okay, that part of the pyro has been harvested. That was a successful crop, but there's other crops that are growing out there. We're going to be using them throughout the course of the day as well. All right, getting aircraft on the ground. Now we're going to go into some movie action, some Top Gun action. As we get ready to land Bob, reminding you that this is the fourth weekend of the Tom Cruise, David Ellison movie known as Top Gun Maverick, breaking all box office records and featuring the FA-18. And American film. It's a film about American values. That's why it's been doing so well. That's why it's going to exceed $1 billion in box office receipts worldwide. $412 million after last weekend. This weekend will be another big motion picture watching show as word gets around that this is the picture to watch featuring an FA-18. We have one here. We have a cockpit. Dewey Larson's got his FA-18 cockpit on a trailer. It's a movie plane. It's a Blue Angels airplane. You can be in the cockpit having your picture taken. Take it home. It's a memento. You'll get it right there. It is absolutely great. We are ready for FA-18 Top Gun action as the Super Hornet gets ready to fly. All right, folks, fasten your safety belts. On behalf of the United States Navy, Naval Air Station Lemoore, Commander Strike Fighter Wing Pacific, and the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, we are proud to present the West Coast FA-18 Super Hornet flight demonstration. The aircraft performing for you today is the F model, which incorporates a two-place cockpit to accomplish the assigned mission. In today's demonstration, pilots Lieutenant Thomas Shirley Kellison, call sign Moners from Austin, Texas, the Weapons Systems Officer Lieutenant Jordan Suazo, call sign Peach from Ocean City, California. They'll demonstrate the incredible flight characteristics of the Super Hornet. All right, Lieutenant Shirley has extensive combat experience in the FA-18, has flown numerous sorties in support of Operation Inherent Resolve and Western Stability and other operations around the globe. During this flight, they will experience G-force extremes from -3 Gs up to 8 times the normal force of gravity as they maneuver the aircraft to the edge of its operating envelope. Today's show will be performed at speeds as fast as 700 miles per hour and slow as 100 miles per hour. Many of the maneuvers you will see here today demonstrate the aircraft's capabilities in the tactical arena and are employed during combat and training.
Hey, welcome back into the Warriors Over the Wasatch Air and Space Show here at Hill Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins, Matt Johnson. Hey, it has been a lot of fun today. We've had a lot of airplanes. The F-22 Raptor. I think that's your personal favorite. Just admit it.
Well, I have a couple friends that are training to be pilots, and they keep saying, it's rare to see an F-22. And I was like, well, it's in the script. Like, it's going to be here. And sure enough, there they were. So allegedly, it's exclusive to have the F-22s because there's so few, is what I'm hearing. So kind of exciting stuff as we head throughout the day.
All right, so we're going to actually switch gears a little bit. I would probably say a lot, but Colonel Jason Bartolome, he's the director of the Ground-Based Strategic Deterrent Systems Directorate here at Hill Air Force Base. The Air Force is replacing the Minuteman III Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, or ICBM, with the GBSD, which is now going to be called the Sentinel. But, sir, how are you? We'll fix that. How are you? Sound of freedom.
The sound of freedom.
How are you?
Great, thank you.
Sorry, I got so rocked by the big jet coming by. And just real quick, do we know what kind of jet that was?
That was an F-18. Yep. So if you saw the recent Top Gun Maverick, that's the exact same aircraft that is flying in that movie. So
but it is not exciting. Tom Cruise, mind you.
It is not Tom Cruise.
It's a real-time officer in there. So.
And they did not hijack that plane from an enemy airfield or anything like that.
Right. Okay. No foreign aircraft from Russia or anything like that. Now, can you tell us a little bit about the 419th Fighter Wing? What does it do in the big picture of the Air Force?
Well,
and what is a wing?
Oh, well, an aircraft wing is really the aggregation of our fighting force. And so we have 2 fighter wings here at Hill Air Force Base. But most people don't realize that there's a lot of other activities going on here at Hill Air Force Base. In fact, Hill Air Force Base is the nucleus of our nation's development of the replacement of the Minuteman III. So the Sentinel weapon system that we just described is what I'm responsible for, and my organization is essentially a wing that's devoted to replacing our land-based leg of the triad.
Yeah. Wow. So that's really interesting, right? So like ties to U.S. Strategic Command, but can you maybe explain like the triad for those who may not understand national defense? I mean, This isn't an airplane, but you obviously is just as important.
Well, so experts describe the backdrop of our nation's security. And our plans is our nation's nuclear deterrent. And our nuclear deterrent has 3 legs, and it's commonly referred to as the nuclear triad. And so we have submarines that run by the Navy. we have aircraft that fly and are nuclear capable, and then we have intercontinental ballistic missiles, and each one of those represent the triad. And so the submarines we describe as the survivable leg of the triad, the aircraft we described as the flexible leg of the triad, and the ICBMs are the responsive leg of the triad. So we have 3 legs.
I mean, you just got to take a minute and soak in the F-18.
Oh man, it's you can feel it as much as you can hear it. It's pretty amazing stuff.
Yes. Yeah. So I was. I think the whole crowd is looking forward to a few of the demos today. We have the F-18 demo flight, which is happening right now, and so it's going to be thunderous. But later today we'll have the F-35 demo. So it could not be more exciting here at the air show.
Yeah.
And so the 419th is part of the total force concept. What exactly does that mean?
Oh, well, so I think the 419th commander it would answer that probably better than me. So I he was my next door neighbor for a couple of years. He knows about as much about nuclear missiles as I know about the 419th. So what we'll do is let him answer that here in a couple of minutes when he's on.
I think in air show parlance, what we got there was just a high-speed pass right there.
Yeah.
So what is it that your unit does on a daily basis when it comes to the transition of, from the Minuteman to the Sentinel? Why is it so important?
Well, yeah, so it's really important. Some experts call the land-based leg of the triad the backbone of the triad. And what we have are 3 missile wings that live in the upper Mountain West. And each one of those missile wings have 400 intercontinental ballistic missiles on alert. And these missiles are on alert 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I think what most people don't realize is that these missile wings are the size of mid-Atlantic states. So if you think about Connecticut, if you think about Massachusetts, if you think about Maryland, each one of those states is about the same size of one of our missile wings. And so these missile wings are really important because the size and the scale of those missile wings with our ICBMs makes threatening our nuclear deterrent very challenging for the adversary. And it makes the land-based leg of the deterrent just so important. And that's why what we're doing here at Hill Air Force Base is so important. And if you don't mind, I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing at Hill and why it's so important. So, as I mentioned, Hill is the nucleus of the development of the land-based leg of the triad. So for the last, almost 45 years, the men and women of Hill Air Force Base have been sustaining those missiles up in those missile wings. And so, if you have ever been at Hill Air Force Base, you see what a large base it is. It's the largest employer in the state. And many of the men and women that work out at Hill not only work on the planes, but they're also working on taking care of the systems that are out in the field. The Minuteman III was only designed to last for 10 years. And we have been flying the system for 50 years. And so we describe the Sentinel system as a once in every other generation development program. So it happens not once in a generation, but once in every other generation. And we take great pride in that here at Hill Air Force Base. So we lead an organization of 1,200 people. Most of them are here at Hill, but we have colleagues that live in different parts of the nation. So it's a nationwide effort, and the nucleus of it is here at Hill Air Force Base.
Wow. That's really impressive. And so as we look at the Sentinel that's coming online, what does that timeline look like? Obviously, a major part of your mission right now, but I mean, that's a huge project.
Well, so I'm really proud to say that for the folks here in Utah and those listening online, maybe not in Utah, the Sentinel project has been already going on for 8 years. And we have actually, with great pride, we've hit all of our major milestones for 8 years, and it's such a high priority from leadership in Washington, from people in the Pentagon, and so we've got great support in Congress and great support in the Pentagon. And right now we're in the most interesting and challenging phase of the project. So we're 2 years into what we call the engineering, manufacturing, and development phase, which is essentially we're now designing and building the system. And we're only about 2 years away from flying the first new Sentinel missile from Vandenberg in California. And once that happens, we will produce the system at scale, and we will start deploying it. And I'll give you a staggering statistic. We're going to replace one Minuteman III missile a week for 9 years, starting at the end of the decade. And so this is a massive mega project. It couldn't be more exciting, and I think it really captures what we as Americans can do when we put our mind to something. It's a quite an amazing effort.
And I think this is a kind of a good segue to, defense of this great nation takes many forms. I mean, at Hill, obviously, the local community sees the F-35 flying through the air, and they think Air Force. But, obviously, nuclear deterrence is a huge part, as you talked about that triad. But you work here at Hill directly with some major elements of the Air Force and the Joint Force across the DoD with Air Force Global Strike Command.
That's correct.
As well as U.S. Strategic Command. Can you kind of talk about some of those synergistic relationships?
Absolutely.
And how important, how you're kind of, honestly, seems like a linchpin to a lot of things.
Well, so I think it really starts at the top. I think that, it's been several years since the end of the Cold War, but I think that world events that we're seeing happening even today really, remind us how important the defense of our nation is, and really how important the nuclear triad is. I think that for the people of Utah, in the last 3 years alone, we've seen several thousand people move from all over the country to northern Utah to actually support this project. The Northrop Grumman Corporation has built a campus not too far from the museum, just a little bit north of here. And that campus alone has 5,000 engineers, program managers, finance individuals, and some exciting opportunities. And so one of the things I would say is, one, is that for the people of Utah, some of your new neighbors might be working on this great project that truly is historic. I would also say that for those that are interested in adventure, by all means, look at the opportunities in the Air Force and at Northrop Grumman to be a part of something really special, because we really need just the smartest and the hardest working people to help bring this incredible project across the finish line, because it will last for the next 50 plus years. And it's really something special that we have here in Utah.
The theme of this air show, innovate, accelerate, thrive. Of course, the Air Force at 75. But can you maybe talk a little bit about how you guys are innovating and accelerating change that General Brown talks about?
Absolutely. In fact, we've been really fortunate to have senior leaders visit from the top of both Congress and the Pentagon. We were really grateful to have the chief come and visit. So Chief Brown was here just a little over a year ago, and the secretary and the vice chief came about a couple weeks later. And one of the things that's really a little known fact about the ICBM is that the whole discipline of systems engineering was born in the development of the ICBM the first time we built the system. And what you're seeing here inside of Sentinel is that we're rebirthing digital engineering inside of the system. And so if you take a position or come and work with us, you're on the cutting edge of digital engineering, cyber security, software development, modular system design, and it's just super thrilling. So, not only are we in charge of a mega project, but senior leaders in the Air Force, I think, have recognized that what's happening inside of the Sentinel program is birthing the innovations that will really take us through the next several decades to defend our country. So very exciting.
Well, certainly exciting times for the Sentinel program, and thank you to the men and women of your organization who taken us to the next level for defense. So thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy the rest of this air show.
Will. Thank you.
Hey, you can't get tired of views like that.
No, you can't.
Colonel Jason Bartolome from the Sentinel program. So glad that he could join us. And Matt, another great picture of that F-18. Just a beautiful sky, and we still have a lot more to come here this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's nice to have the blue skies out there, so that when there are, is it called a streamer or a smoke trail? Is it a smoke trail?
Vapor trail?
A vapor trail. There you go. Nice to have that backdrop with the blue skies, because if it was cloudy, as we mentioned before, you might not be able to see that. So it kind of adds to the show. And now it sounds like we're going to get into talking to Staff Sergeant Alex Zuniga.
I don't think he's here
yet.
He's
not here.
He's
okay.
not here yet, but I thought this would maybe be a good time to show the crowd there's still room for you, despite what you might think. Look at that crowd here today at Hill Air Force Base. And there are some things, Matt, that they do recommend that maybe you should or should not bring to the air show. You obviously don't want to bring things like, weapons, stuff like that.
Nothing sharp. And you also want to be mindful that I was telling this to some of my friends that came, is that you've got to have a sealed bottle. You can't bring your own little water bottle. It's got to be sealed. As you come in, we've got bathrooms here. We've got trash cans here. There's tons of vendors. So if you come out, you can... Gosh, there's plenty of food. And honestly, it's so fun to rub shoulders with people that are so passionate about the Air Force, about the Army, about our country. I think this is it's almost like a second 4th of July, I'm almost feeling like. It's a very, like you keep saying, when we hear those loud jets come by, it's the sound of freedom. And it really is. We are rubbing shoulders with people who, there's a lot of veterans in the crowd.
Yes.
It's not just, we're all public civilians, but I mean, there are people who have served this country. Some of my friends that came already said that they've spoken with a couple, and some of the cool stories that they have. And
nice.
It's really inspiring.
Yeah.
These people that put their lives on the line, that you spent 20 years.
Yeah.
And it's something to behold. It's really cool to be next to and to converse with these people. So
we get some shots of some more performers going up. You saw an earlier shot of Brad Worston in the Extra 330 LX high performance stud plane. It's a 2-seat tandem monoplane. It's going to be pretty impressive stuff when he goes up there, as you see just the crowd, the expansive crowd that's coming up. There's still so much more on the schedule. And we are going to take it out now to the Air Boss to set up time for the P-51 and the A-10. Let's take it out there right now.
Showcases the size and structural differences between the legacy and current platform used in naval aviation. Observe how the shape and the general composition of the aircraft has been transformed to adapt to the evolving nature of warfare. Formation will now be repositioning for the head-on pass. That will give you an outstanding view of the business end of the preeminent fighters of their respective generations. Get ready with your eyes and cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, the head-on pass.
He's from Logan. Hey, back, the Air Boss taking us through some of the great acts here, and we've got a really cool act coming up here, the Extra 330 LX. It's a high-performance stunt plane and flown by a Logan native, Brad Worston.
Yeah, he comes out of Cache Valley, and it's fun to come to this. And sometimes you feel, you see these guys up in the air, but it's just different to know that and there's people watching from out of state, but it's cool for the locals. If you're watching on the KSL app or if you're here listening to us in the stands, it's really cool to have a local guy. I mean, just anywhere you're at, any state, you have a local come out and do these tricks. You feel connected. You feel that pride, that local pride, and not to mention, our Air Force and U.S. Army that are out here from all over the country. We welcome them as well. It's really fun to have a local guy go up in the air.
All right, let's learn a little bit more about Brad Worston.
I love speed. On ground, you're limited to dirt and water. The sky it's endless. I just love the feeling of being free, doing aerobatic displays. I mean, it's awesome. It's a great feeling.
So tell me about the plane we're about ready to go up in.
They call it an unlimited aerobatic airplane. It weighs 1,340 pounds, got 365 horsepower, got a 540 cubic inch motor in it. It is a real monster.
Let's get ready to rock and roll. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Do I need a barf bag?
I don't know, do you? Now, we got to get you suited up with the parachute.
Okay. We really wear parachutes?
Yeah.
Huh. I thought you were messing with me.
Okay. We're going to come back around.
Okay. Where do I pull?
That handle. Don't pull it now.
Okay, I got you.
Are you all psyched out?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Let's go.
Do it, man. All right, we ready?
Yep.
Crank up some tunes, baby.
Yeah!
All right, here we go. Let's do it. We're diving into the air show box. Remember that feeling I told you?
Yeah!
How is it?
Nothing better than vertical! Holy cow!
We'll do some gyroscopic tumbles.
Okay.
Or do you need a break for a minute?
Okay.
Need intermission, baby. So I want you to grab the controls.
Okay.
If we pull back on the stick, the nose is going to come up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if we're going to go forward. Woo-hoo! All right, got it?
Yeah.
Okay, left. Then right. How's that, dude?
That was amazing. That was amazing. I can see why you're addicted to this. I'm at a loss for words, which is rare because I'm never at a loss for words. I didn't know which way was up, which way was down. I mean, at some point I thought I was in a video game. I really did. That was amazing.
Yeah, buddy.
Thank you, man. That was good. Oh, still a little wobbly.
That's our very own Casey Scott from KSL 5. Kind of fun to see him, just a regular civilian up in one of those planes.
That's
getting
cool.
Crazy. Surprisingly, he didn't throw up, so I don't know. But we also we wanted to welcome in Staff Sergeant Alex Zuniga, who is one of the key objectives of an air and space show recruiting. Air Force recruiters walk people throughout the entire process and all the steps of joining the United States Air Force. For every potential applicant, recruiters discuss what the different career options are and talk about the growth opportunities and challenges that exist for those who are considering joining the military service. Here to discuss that topic with us is Sergeant Alex Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So it seems like there's a lot of different ways that you can join the Air Force, and there's certain requirements for each, but maybe could you just talk a little bit about in general, like what are the paths for Air Force service?
Yeah, so there's definitely a number of different ways to go about joining the Air Force. What I tell everyone is you have to figure out kind of like where you're at and what you're looking to achieve. So for me, I'm an active duty enlisted recruiter, so I don't handle officer accessions or ROTC or even recruiting for the Guard or Reserves.
Just a friendly reminder that we're live on the tarmac.
Thanks, guys. So we have dedicated recruiters for active duty sessions as well as Guard and Reserves and then officer sessions as well. So if someone's looking to kind of go the college route, there's always ROTC. So you're going to have to figure out what school you want to apply for and see if they have an ROTC detachment there for the United States Air Force. If not, if you're looking to kind of stay local to your area and serve part-time, you can always pursue the Guard and Reserve route, which basically, they'll work one week in a month and then 2 weeks out of the year. So you'll go to basic military training, to your technical training, just like you would for active duty, except, you're working a part-time component. And then for me, dealing with active duty sessions, it is full-time, no kidding, Air Force every single day. So like I said, it really just depends on what a person is kind of looking to do.
Yeah, and so Sergeant Zuniga, for many considering a military career, what job would they might do? Obviously, that's a major consideration, considering that. But what kinds of jobs do the Air Force recruit for, and can you necessarily pick your career? Is that a thing, or do you kind of compartmentalize people depending on how they test out?
Yeah, so we get that question quite often. So again, and this is going to be dependent upon the different components that an individual would choose to pursue. So for your Guard and Reserve, it's going to be a little bit different. So a Guard base, they might have a specific mission, meaning that they might not see every single AFSC, which is Air Force Specialty Code. So they might not see every job that the Air Force offers if that mission is not available at that particular location. For me, active duty Air Force, so we see every single job. That list will fluctuate, as people are hired for those positions, or, whatever happens, that list might change from day to day. So basically what will happen is an individual will take the ASVAB. So it's basically like the academic test that we provide applicants to qualify them, right, to make sure that they're eligible for the Air Force. And then based on that score, they're going to get another score within 4 different aptitude areas. So we test generally for mechanics, administration, general, and electronics. So your score will be computed in some way, and that'll kind of tell us, you have the best ability to learn in this particular field. It doesn't mean that someone has to go into that field if they don't want to, but we'll kind of use that to kind of help them with their career counseling, right? So again, if someone scores pretty high in like the mechanical aptitude area, I would hope that they would be interested in mechanics or mechanically inclined, and I would kind of steer them that route. So after they take that test and they go to MEPS to take a physical, that'll tell us what they're eligible for. They'll provide us a list of jobs that they're interested in, and that they are guaranteed to get one of those jobs.
So they'll take the test, you'll gently guide them one direction and say, hey, this is based upon what you know and how your brain works or how you tested, this is something that you might excel in.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, they can actually submit a list, if I understood correctly, and then they're guaranteed one of that list, and then the others, you kind of go from there and say, hey, you kind of need to test a little differently maybe to get into that desired spot, or
so the way it works is what I will tell everyone is you have to be marketable to the Air Force, right? So the Air Force offers a world of opportunity. We have to get into the Air Force to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. And again, so I cannot guarantee a specific job. That's why we have to make sure that people are going to want to be in the Air Force above all else. But yeah,
that's the core drive, is that?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so I imagine this is a pretty common question.
All the time we get it.
But another common question that I think you probably get is like, what are my chances of getting in, and how long would it take for me to go to basic military training?
Yes, sir. That's $1 million question. Everyone wants to know, hey, how quickly can I go? And then my response to that is typically going to be like, well, how ready are you, right? Because if someone says, hey, I want to go to basic training tomorrow, but if their list of jobs isn't very in demand, if they're not jobs that the Air Force is like really hiring for really hard, then they might be sitting around waiting a little bit longer. I've had people who they finish MEPS, they take the process, they qualify, and they'll be out of the door in 2 weeks because they are ready to go. They have their bags packed, and they're willing to be in the Air Force. So it really just depends. That's a tough one to kind of answer.
It's like situational,
yes,
right?
Sir.
Like,
yep.
So if you want to leave fast, have your bags packed.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
And
take it when you're ready.
Yeah, and be flexible. Be ready to take what the Air Force is offering at that time.
And so what about the case that somebody specialized in something? Like I went to school, and actually now that I think about it, she was probably actually enlisted within the program. She's local, Chandler Alston. She's a local meteorologist for Hill Air Force Base. So what if somebody comes to you and says, I'm specialized in X, Y, or Z? Do you consider them? What is that a possibility? Can someone say, hey, I think this could be really useful for the Air Force? Is there a spot for me? Or is it more, hey, no, take the test. We want to do it, or how does that work?
Yeah, so absolutely. So what we'll do for a situation like that is we have what we consider like a competency booking. Now, I never like to make guarantees, right? Because I'm sure we've all heard people's stories of, hey, my recruiter lied to me or this or that. So we really try and stay away from that, right? But what we'll do is we'll take someone's experience into account. So if someone does have unique experience, basically what I'll do is I'll take that, whether it's formal education or certifications, I'll take that experience and I'll submit that up to our unit leadership, and we'll try and find a spot for them in an area that they already have some sort of background in.
Cool. So true story, my recruiter in a small high school recruited me and a couple of my friends. We joined the Air Force. Fast forward 10 years later, he was a staff sergeant at the time. Now he's a master sergeant, and I'm a staff sergeant, and we're in the same unit. We actually work together.
Cool.
So I actually worked with my recruiter for a full year at Osan, Korea. How crazy is that?
They do say it's a small Air Force, right?
Yeah.
So we hear stories like that all the time.
Yeah. So we talked about like the process and the testing and what might be a good fit for your side. But what are some of the other benefits that are available to those who might seek an Air Force career, like education, pay? Travel. There's got to be a ton, right?
Yes, sir. So I don't know if we have enough time on the program to cover everything that the Air Force offers. But what I'll tell anyone that comes into my office is you have to know your why, right? Everyone has a why for why they decide to enlist. For me, mine was education and travel. So far, I've had 100% of my education paid for. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's degree. My wife as well. My wife is active duty. She got her bachelor's degree. She's working on her master's degree. So it really depends. If you're going into the Air Force and you know that that's what you're hoping to get out of it, that opportunity is there. Travel, right? We hear that one all the time as well. Hey, I want to join the Air Force. I want to travel. I have sent people to basic training, and whenever they graduate, they've been to Korea, they've been to Germany, they've been all over Europe, all over Asia. I have had a few who have come right back here to Hill Air Force Base. Luckily, this is a beautiful area and it's pretty desirable. So I don't really have control over it, but if you want to travel, the Air Force definitely has that opportunity.
Yeah, I remember in high school and college, they'd have the Air Force, they'd have the U.S. Army and the Navy, throughout the year, depending on the year, come through and give presentations. And I remember one of the biggest things that attracted people were the benefits. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of those great benefits that you guys offer to people that are going to onboard?
Yeah, absolutely. So probably the most common one that we'll see is going to be education, right? If anyone who's been paying attention, education is expensive. And
that it's paid for?
Yes, okay. Absolutely. So there are a number of education entitlements. So there's the GI Bill, which will pay up to 36 months of college tuition, which is like a full 4 years of college tuition.
Wow.
Most people will reserve that one for when they separate from the Air Force, or if you have a spouse and children, you can pass that on to them as well, which is huge, right?
That's huge.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So I'm trying to set my children up, so that is my plan, pass that on to them, because I'll be able to get my bachelor's degree while I'm currently serving active duty. And that's another question we get all the time is, hey, if I serve active duty full time, am I even going to have time to go to school? The answer is yes. Yes, you will have time. So although you will see that we are on duty 24/7, that doesn't mean that we are working 24 hours a day. So the Air Force will give you time to go to school. So a lot of jobs in the Air Force, they're pretty corporate. You work 7 to 4. We'll have a swing shift and a mid shift, so it really depends. But you're going to have your time off while you're in the Air Force. So what you do with that time is up to you.
Some great shots there on your screen of Brad Worston in the extra 330 LX. Like Matt said, a local guy from the Logan, Utah area. And so, Sergeant Zuniga, we've talked about the benefits and jobs, but what kind of physical shape or other standards are really important if you're considering joining the Air Force?
So physical fitness and mental fitness are going to be huge. So although the Air Force, we do not necessarily have a physical requirement aside from a height and weight requirement. We don't make them do a PT test, so there's no run, push-ups, sit-ups, or anything like that, unless someone is interested in special warfare. So that is going to be a completely separate side of the recruiting, right? It takes a different mentality to want to do that, to want to jump out of airplanes and do all that cool stuff. So if that's the path that someone's interested in, they'll definitely have to take that physical test. But for us, so long as you meet the height weight requirement, as well as a number of other academic and medical accessions requirements, you're good, right?
I did want to talk about Air Force Special Warfare recruiting specifically just because there's a lot of people out there who are interested in that, but they actually have people that will work with you, developers, before you actually go into the Air Force to basic military training, right?
Yes, sir. Yep. So the reason why that program came about is because the Air Force, it costs a lot of money to send people to that kind of training, right? And so before, when you're just sending anyone that can meet the requirement, well, just because you can meet the requirement doesn't necessarily mean that you have the greatest chance of succeeding. So the development program is awesome. I believe here we have a retired combat controller or tactical air control party airman who's been through it, so knows what to look for. So yeah, they'll work with you. If you can meet the requirements, they will work with you until they feel that someone is ready and has a greater chance of succeeding through that training pipeline for those career fields.
Yeah, and so for those who are tuning in, it's you take, it sounds like you take I can't remember the name of it, but a general test, and then from there you guys will assess what's the best for them. But it also sounds like you're working with people. You're not going to force them into something that they don't want to be in. And
Correct.
And I think sometimes that's a real concern of some people. It's like, oh well, I'm gonna devote my life to the Air Force or the Air. I think some people get worried about that, but it sounds like that it's not as rigid as one might think. You're willing to work with people like, hey, you're specialized in this. Let's see what we can do and get you into that sector that you might be more passionate in, or that you might excel in a little bit more. And honestly, with that, the opening test, the broad brushing test that you guys give them, maybe they might discover something they didn't know that they were good at.
Absolutely.
So there's a huge benefit.
So let's play Mythbusters. What are maybe the top 2 or 3 myths that you hear most, and can you debunk those myths?
Yeah, so I have, and even just today, I've heard it probably 5 to 10 times. People coming up to me and they say, hey, I heard that the Air Force is the hardest branch to qualify for because you need the highest ASVAB score. That is not true. That is a myth. So our standard right now is a 31, same as the other services. So sometimes people, that's a barrier to entry for whatever reason. They don't think that they can meet the requirements, and it's like, hey, no, it's not any more different than joining any other branch. That is a huge one. I know there are some more. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but we definitely hear a lot of crazy stuff.
And I did just for a moment want to talk about diversity and inclusion. The Air Force welcomes everybody.
Absolutely.
Man, woman, doesn't matter. Come join us, right?
Yes, sir.
Take the test. Come talk to a recruiter. So if someone is really interested in joining the Air Force, what are some ways maybe that they could reach out if they don't live near a recruiter?
So airforce.com is going to be the greatest source of information. So on the airforce.com website, there's going to be if you scroll down to the bottom of the website, there's going to be a link that says Find My Recruiter. In that link, it's going to ask you briefly what your education background is. It's going to ask you if you're interested in special warfare, and then it's going to ask you to put the zip code of where you live. When you put your zip code in, it's going to pull up the information for the nearest recruiter to you. Now, that is going to be for the active duty side of the house. If you're interested in Guard or Reserve, you're going to have to go to those respective components websites. So Guard and Reserve, you're going to go to the Utah State Air National Guard. So that'll be a little bit different. But yeah, that'll put you in contact with the nearest recruiter to you. It'll have their phone number as well as their email, and then you can reach out to them that way.
And Dan, maybe another mythbuster. I think a lot of people think about this, and I think it's a great question to ask because I think a lot of people get spooked. And this might be another myth is, oh, well, I don't know if I want to get in the Air Force. What if I get called to duty and I got to go to war and put my life on the line? Is that true? I think that's a huge mental barrier to entry, is that some people, in all honest truth, are concerned about. But my experience has been with my friends that are in the U.S. Air Force, that's not always the case. Just because you enlist and join doesn't mean you're going to, have to go out there and put your life on the line in Iraq or wherever it may be, Russia. Can you speak a little bit to that? Because I think that's a huge, at least for me growing up, I know I had a lot of friends, it was a question.
We're concerned. And it's a valid concern. What I will tell people is, you have to understand what you're doing, right? Because although the Air Force, we are much different than the capabilities that the Army, Marine Corps, and Navy bring to the fight. It is what we are part of, right? At the end of the day, we are part of the Department of Defense, and our mission is to fly, fight, and win and protect the United States.
And that's something to be proud of, too.
Absolutely. Yeah. But for those individuals that have concerns about, being on the front lines, that is just not what we necessarily do in the Air Force. So these jets around us, that is our mission. So where our primary focus is going to be is keeping those jets in the air, right? That takes an incredible crew of maintainers, of crew chiefs, of people that are in avionics, supply, weapons, ammo. There are so many career fields. Everything that you do in the Air Force in some way is going to support this mission behind us. Maybe not the air show,
right?
But even then in the air show, right? We have a crew of maintainers that are there to make sure that these aircraft are functioning correctly, and that's extremely important when we're conducting operations somewhere and we have a no-fail mission. So I definitely get those concerns, but it's just not necessarily what we do.
Love it.
Well, we really appreciate you stopping by again. The Aim High phone app is also a way to potentially connect with the recruiter. So, Sergeant Alex Zuniga, you guys will be out here all weekend,
yes,
right?
Sir. Yes, we will.
You got a booth or something?
Yes, we do. So we've got our national asset. We've got an F-35 flight simulator. We've got a ton of stuff back here.
Very cool.
If anyone's interested, please stop by.
You need to take your buddy to the...
Yeah, we need to get in the simulator.
There you go.
There's a line. I'd recommend getting in line soon.
Well, hopefully I can show them the media. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
The media pass.
All right, so we're going to learn a little bit more as Brad Worst continues to fly about the Gold Bar officer recruiters. Let's take a look.
The Gold Bar program is pretty unique because it offers newly commissioned second lieutenants a one-year special duty purely focused on recruiting for Air Force ROTC. Now the Gold Bars are able to get outside of the university and reach out into the local community that focused on proctoring tests, volunteering, helping on the base, and heading up base events as well. This has allowed us to now utilize Air Force recruiting services to where we can better reach out to the community through local community involvement events, through reaching high schools and universities, and by collaborating to conduct total force recruiting efforts. If you aspire to be something, look out for a mentor, someone who can guide you along the way, and be that visible person for someone in the future.
A little bit more about the Gold Bar Officer Recruiter Program. Again, Sergeant Zuniga and his entire team of recruiters will be out here all weekend long, so go check out the booth. I know you're going to be changing out soon, but it sounds like you may want to go fly the F-35 simulator.
Oh, I got to get in there. I just think it's so cool that these guys not only have to train mentally, they have to be good on paper, they have to be good physically to fly these jets and these planes, and they're out there defending our country, and it'd be cool to simulate that and be like, oh, this is what Tom Cruise is doing. Not really, but actually, he is that actor. He actually learned how to fly and taught and made the other actors learn how to fly, some of them. I think that's pretty cool, but yeah, I'm going to have to go check that out. And I think where we're getting at, Dan, is that there's more than just the air show going on.
Absolutely.
We've got the STEM program you can come check out. I mean, bring your kids. It's kid-friendly. We got static aircraft that you can, I think some of them you can get inside of, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And it's cool. Another aspect is there's a lot of people out here that have served our country, a lot of veterans that come out to these shows, and you can talk to them, and the sense of American pride, Utah pride is it's buzzing in the air. It's kind of fun to be around, this atmosphere of pride for our country and people who have served it, and not to mention the inner meteorologist in me. It's such great weather out here. So I mean, we can easily be triple digits this time of year.
You might want to talk to the Gold Bar officer recruiter because they have weather officers. So just saying. I'm just throwing that out there.
Dan is so good at recruiting. We might need to get. You are a staff sergeant after all. There you go.
I used to be way back in the day.
Right.
So we have still a lot to go on. The P-51 is going to fly. The A-10 Warthog, the Thunderbolt 2, that is going to be flying. So we are going to take a break for a little while and go out to the Air Boss, listen to the narration. Debbie Worthen from your KSL 5 is going to be coming out. You guys are going to be doing the super high five and tag out. And I'm actually, I won't lie, maybe a little bit jealous as you see the P-51 there on the ramp. You're going to get to go around and check out all these exhibits. I know you're going to be busy all day long. You better stop by before you head home.
I've got to. I've got to go check out some of those planes. I'm just so fascinated, and especially since one of my friends is actually training to be a pilot for Delta Airlines. He talks to me about the physics of these planes and how they fly. A two-prop plane, a sport cruiser, jets, G-force. It's really fascinating, and it's just cool to have these static aircraft. Not only can you watch them in the air do their thing, but you can walk up to these, touch them, look at them. Well, maybe we don't want people touching them too much, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is you can go out to some of these aircraft, and when we say static, they're not in the air, they're not moving, they're put, and you can walk up to them and do your thing and check them out. And gosh, we can't forget about that F-35 simulator. I just think that'd be really cool. I'll have to go check that. Oh, and we got vendors. Vendors out here. So
all you can eat, drink, whatever. Watch the air show. Got the F-35 demo teams coming up this afternoon, the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds.
There you go.
So it's going to be a lot of fun. He's Matt Johnson. I'm Dan Hawkins. We're going to send it out to the Air Boss for more of the Warriors of the Wasatch Air and Space Show.
European theaters. Just one of over 15,000 that were built. Now on the registry around the world, there are only about 125 or so. That's an approximate number. Still on the registry, and about any given day there are about probably 70 that are in airworthy condition and that can fly. Part of the beauty of this airplane is the sound, the music of the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Made it up to the P-51 well into the war, allowing it to do things I'll explain to you later. And built by the Packard Motor Car Company under license in Detroit, Michigan for World War II, and this airplane. Now, if you look out in the dynamite field, you might see 3 mock tanks out there as a little gimmick. See the profile of the tanks? They're painted dark so that you can pick them out. We're going to have some fun with pyro. We're going to get the P-51 into the real environment, as it was not only a dogfight aircraft, but also a ground attack aircraft as well. Mark Peterson, the steward of the aircraft, and currently the pilot. Hell or Bust is the name of this aircraft. Flown in World War II by a pilot by the name of Heller, H-E-L-L-E-R. The aircraft was initially mated to an American-built Allison engine that didn't have the capability to put the airplane into the higher dogfight altitudes. It was not the airplane's fault. It had all of the qualifications. It had the laminar flow wing. It had the sleek design. It had streamline. It had speed. But it couldn't get up to the dogfight arena. Early in the war, with that American-built engine, it was relegated to low-level dogfights and ground-based attacks. When they put the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine in with a 2-speed supercharger, it gave the airplane another 10,000 feet of dogfight altitude and another 100 knots of speed. That made all the difference in the world. With approximately 500 gallons of fuel inside and outside of the airplane, it was able to escort our 4-engine daylight bombers deep into enemy territory and back. Watch and listen to this. Ground attack on an enemy field. And there's the sound, the music of the Merlin engine. By the the way, as we're talking about the recent release about a month ago this weekend of Top Gun Maverick movie starring Tom Cruise, who owns an airplane like this and flies it extensively. Watch as Mark Peterson comes whistling in for the vertical roll. Out of the giant loop, he'll go and transition into the half Cuban 8 turnaround maneuver or 5/8 of a loop. On the bottom of the airplane, you may see a big scoop between the wings and on the belly of the aircraft. This was a liquid-cooled engine, much like many of the cars and trucks that you operate. If the enemy shot out your lubricant, your engine would heat up and it would seize, and you would have the glide ratio of a cement block. Now, while that creates quite a bit of drag, the engineers at North American Aviation sought to negate that drag. They actually made the radiator scoop a jet engine. It's got a big opening in front, a small variable opening in back, and they were actually able to get 300 pounds of thrust from the back of the radiator by that design, thereby negating that big bulge that you see there. Barrel roll maneuver meant to shake the enemy off your tail. Next pass coming in by Mark Peterson and the P-51 Top Gun Mustang will be the victory roll after air-to-air combat. Pilot coming back to home base in the European theater. If he had shot down one of the enemy aircraft, he would do a victory roll over the skies of the friendly field. There it is. 4-point roll. Barrel roll showing you the cockpit environment this time. Coordinated change of direction, speed, and altitude. Oh, victory roll coming up for the hot pass. We'll have pyro on the ground from Firewalkers Pyro International, and the strafe from Mark Peterson as he attempts to get the remainder of those tanks. And there's the victory roll as promised. The sun reflecting off the highly polished paint scheme. Well, it is said in air-to-air combat, if you can't turn tight, you can't fight. Now with this vintage 1940s airplane coming back in, Mark Peterson is going to set up for a minimum radius turn, and he'll be pulling an awesome 6 times the force of gravity as he does the tight combat turn. All right, from your left coming in, this should be another hot pass. As we maneuver aircraft in the air and aircraft on the ground, and again, I want to keep you folks very comfortable. I worry about you. You're our great spectators. Remember suntan, sunblocker, sun lotion, and hydrate. Keep hydrated throughout the course of the day. If you want to take a little break right now between landing and taking off aircraft, feel free to do it. Head for the facilities. Action will continue. Remember, we're going to be entertaining you till about 4:30 this afternoon. We'll give the Thunderbirds the airspace at 3:30. That's right over the top of the control tower, the P-51 Mustang. Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, by the way, a lot of people think because it was a British engine that it was something like Merlin's Magic. But we found out the Merlin is actually a sparrow hawk, a bird of prey, and that's how they named the engine, the Merlin engine. But remember, as Chuck Yeager used to remind us, the late Chuck Yeager, who flew P-51s in World War II, we'd often say it's powered by a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. He'd say, remember, tell them it's a Packard engine. It was built in America. And when the general said that, we paid attention. So listen to this. So impressive was the P-51 with its external tanks and 500 gallons or so of fuel, taking our four-engine B-24s and B-17s deep into enemy territory in World War II, keeping the enemy fighter pilots at bay, tremendously reducing the attrition rate of the shoot-downs of our four-engine bombers, which each carried about 10 young men from across America. From coast to coast, here in Utah, some on their first flight, failure to return. And then here comes the P-51, other escort aircraft, but nobody did it as good as the P-51. The same type of aircraft flown by the Tuskegee Airmen, the Red Tail Squadron of African-American pilots who fought on two fronts. They fought fascism and racism, and they excelled. They were exemplary, and we honor them each and every day. The Red Tail Squadron that were requested by the bomber pilots to be their personal escort because they protected the bomber pilots. They didn't run off to seek glory in a dogfight and leave the bombers vulnerable. So that's the type of airplane, among others, like the P-47, the P-38, that did the job. It could fly from ground level, it could fight from ground level up to 39,000 feet. Over 2,000 rounds of 50 caliber ammo for 6 machine guns, each shooting 850 rounds per minute, and again fighting from sea level up to 39,000 feet. On the takeoff roll to your right is a new de Havilland aircraft, one of two of the U.S. Army Golden Knights. One today for the black demonstration team performing here at Hill. The other one with the gold demonstration team at an air show somewhere else. Doors open now. If you were here before, you know they're going to go up to 2,000 feet above the field. Now stay slow. They'll drop weighted streamers. Streamers are weighted at the bottom, so they present a vertical target. They are multicolored. It reduces the tendency of the banners to float in the air, or actually gain altitude through thermals, and presents a vertical picture rather than a horizontal picture. The team members will be at that back door. The airplane will be in a left bank turn. They will watch to see what the banners are doing from 2,000 feet onto the ground. They know the surface winds. They know the winds at 3,000, 6,000, 9,000, 12,000 feet. And with that in mind, they'll determine where they are going to exit the airplane in relation to the target, as very seldom they drop directly over the target area. As our early birds will tell you, depending on wind, direction, and velocity, changes unstable sometimes. So keep an eye on your airplane. Coming back around, you'll see the people driving out.
They make with the steering lines. The air show you the full flight characteristics of the Ram Air Canopy. It takes a great deal of concentration to land dead center on the target. The jumper keeps a close eye on the windsock located in the target area. Once on final approach, the jumper then shifts all of his concentration into a small black dot located in the center of the orange X. Ladies and gentlemen, looking high to your right, these parachutes are known as a high-performance wing, capable of speeds in excess of 90 miles per hour. These speeds are accomplished by performing a highly dynamic turn, increasing its earthward descent, then flattening its trajectory across the ground at speeds of nearly 100 miles per hour. The United States Army Parachute Team has two demonstration teams. Since the colors of the Army are black and gold, so are the names of our team. The team performing for you today is the Black Demonstration Team. The United States Army Parachute Team was formed in 1959 at the home of the Air Force, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. At that time, the team consisted of 19 original members. Each was selected to assist in the development of modern parachuting techniques, provide world-class competition parachutists, perform live aerial demonstrations in support of Army public relations and recruiting. In 1961, we were designated the Army's official aerial demonstration unit, and 1 year later, we adopted our nickname, the Golden Knights. As the last of the jumpers remove their equipment and don the distinctive maroon beret of today's modern paratrooper, I would like to introduce the jumpers. But first, performing the difficult duties of ground control from Walkerton, Indiana, he's an airborne explosive ordnance disposal technician with 999 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Corey Rush. Performing the technical task of videographer from Dartmouth, Massachusetts, he's an airborne ranger with 2,660 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Keith Pierce. And now for the jumpers. From Danville, Indiana, he's an airborne infantryman with 1,299 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Matthew Gardner. From Marietta, California, he's an airborne wheeled vehicle mechanic with 460 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Nahu Ramirez. From Springfield, Missouri, he's a motor transportation operator with 2,339 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Logan Maples. From Aurora, Colorado, he's an airborne mortarman with 3,377 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Jason Bowder. From Cincinnati, Ohio, he's an airborne ranger with 730 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Danny Hellman. From Walhalla, South Carolina, he's an airborne information technology specialist with 680 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Benjamin Hall. From Boston, Massachusetts, he's an airborne infantryman with 2,650 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Roman Grijalva. From Tampa, Florida, he's an airborne ranger with 1,965 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Ryan O'Rourke. From Yuma, Arizona, he's a parachute maintenance technician with 1,262 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant Nicholas Orozco. From Found, Colorado, he's an airborne infantryman with 660 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Gabriel Colon. And leading the Golden Knights in free fall, the team leader of the Black Demonstration Team. From Rayford, North Carolina, he's an airborne infantryman with 2,605 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Morgan George. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present to you the Black Demonstration Team for the 2022 Air Show season. All members of your United States Army Parachute Team, the Golden Knights. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
And a big round of applause for the U.S. Army Golden Knights, Staff Sergeant Corey Jernigan, leading off the first performance of the day, and then closing out as the narrator for the second and last performance of the day. Very talented young individual, and the Golden Knights will be back with both of their shows tomorrow as we continue with jet action. And remember, a little break now for you to visit the facilities if you have to. And please don't get mad at me for reminding you about suntan lotion, sunblocker, lip protection, and hydration, especially for the younger children who may not be aware of it as you. High altitudes, great temperatures, and a breeze will dry you out. We want you to be as healthy as you possibly can. We want you to be comfortable and enjoy the show in the best of health, and that's why I worry about our great spectators. Yours truly, the host that loves you most, Danny Clisham. Golden Knights aircraft known as Golden Knights 610. Relatively new aircraft built by de Havilland of Canada. Be clearing the runway. Then we'll go into some jet civilian action. And I'll tell you about a neat guy who was inspired as a little kid in the state of Florida by a pilot of great renown who was flying a mini-jet. Who made the mini-jet, who discovered it, who designed it, who marketed it. We'll tell you about that. And we'll tell you about this pilot's quest, despite some disadvantage as a youngster with not learning how to fly, but avoiding the problems of air sickness. All right, on with the action. You'll pick up the mini-jet low and to your left. Pilot is Tom Larkin, goes by the call sign of Lark. And as a kid, he was afraid of roller coasters and often got airsick when trying to fly airplanes as a child. You know who had that problem as well, learning how to fly as a young man? The legendary R.A. Bob Hoover. And he overcame that, as did Tom Larkin, and went on to be famous, as did Tom Larkin. Growing up with RC, or radio-controlled aircraft, started to get first with aerodynamics and aviation with RC aircraft. Later, a great advantage when you fly the full-size aircraft because of your understanding of the controlled surface movements and requirements of an RC aircraft. So you look out on the runway, you'll see it is a very small jet. It's called the Mini, M-I-N-I jet. There's the smoke on. Now, it is the first one from the Subsonics Corporation to build aircraft like this in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, which is the home of the Experimental Aircraft Association and the biggest air show and aviation gathering in the entire world. Well, Tom, as a youngster in Florida, told me he first saw the BD jet. It was flown by a famous author whose aviation books quite often went on to become movies. And he saw that pilot fly the BD mini-jet, and it just inspired him to have one day. Now, the BD jets were used by civilian individuals, solo performances and team performances, and sponsored by various food drive-ins, fast food areas, and or breweries in the country. Tremendously popular with the crowd. Now relegated to the role mostly of simulating joint cruise missiles. Ernie Gann was the pilot that Tom Larkin first saw fly that in Florida, and that sparked him to eventually build his own. Now, the jet is only 500 pounds empty, and the engine, the jet engine, is mounted on the tap of the fuselage towards the rear. And you say, well, that jet blast is going to flutter the tail. Well, you'll see maybe on takeoff you noted it has a V tail, much like a Beechcraft Bonanza. So the jet blast, which I'm going to tell you about, has no disruptive forces on the tail of the aircraft, all brought into the design of the aircraft. Tom Larkin started to take flying lessons at age 19. There is the mini-jet. Received a degree in aerospace engineering from Georgia Tech. Entered the Air Force pilot training in '84. He was a T-38 instructor and progressed, get this, to the mighty F-15 Charlie model. Flew in Operation Northern Watch and provide comfort. Selected as an instructor for the Air Force lead-in school in the AT-38. Resides in Denver, Colorado. Currently a pilot, instructor, and evaluator on the 737 from Nature Airline. Married for 30 years, a set of twins who Tom says are thankfully out of college and on their own. So you see the small size of the airplane, hence the name the mini jet. The thrust for all of you airshow fans is only 258 pounds. Now, that's not a misnomer. That's all it takes to get the airplane up to 300 miles an hour. It is an engine that came off of a very small drone. But because of the size of the airplane, the lightweight, and the skill of Tom Larkin, it can do maneuvers like this. With a perfect blue sky, this is Tom Larkin drawing out a maneuver we call the Cuban 8. It's a figure 8 drawn by the smoke of the airplane, with the figure 8 laying on its side. It consists of 5/8 of a loop on the left side, 5/8 of a loop on the right side. He's going to come down and match up the smoke right about in here, and the figure 8 is in the sky. Invented by accident by Lynn Covey in Miami, Florida in 1946, who was the chief aerobatic instructor for Juan Batista in the Cuban Air Force, and named after that great individual from that day to this, despite our strained relations with that country's dictator. Tom Larkin, our pilot, in the mini jet. Fulfilling a dream, as most pilots do. Now he'll pull forward. He'll roll the aircraft in the hairpin turnaround. That'll have him required to do a quarter turn, which he did, back off in the original direction of flight. The engine is called a PBS TJ engine. It's built in the Czech Republic, capable, as I mentioned, of a mere 258 pounds of thrust. He'll burn 40 gallons during this performance. Hey, by the way, there is no paint on the airplane as he does the 4-point precision hesitation roll. This is an airplane that is wrapped. Absolutely no paint on the airplane. Wrapped in vinyl covering, similar to show cars. In addition to the performance, you can see that as a jet, because of its agility, he can keep it in close and tight. Goes to the top of this loop, he'll roll the aircraft from upside down to upside down and close in the loop. Our pilot Tom has flown over 9,000 hours, 57 different types of aircraft, and fulfilling a dream. By the way, as I mentioned, this was the first of the aircraft, the jet mini aircraft, to come from the Subsonics factory. 1,000 pounds lighter, 60 miles an hour faster than an Indy car. The engine itself, if you needed to do an engine change, you could wait till the engine cooled down, unbolt it from the top of the fuselage, and with one person could carry it to a workbench or work area. You wouldn't need a hoist, you wouldn't need 2 individuals, although it would be easier. It is just over 40 pounds. With his extensive military background, Tom Larkin, our pilot, did all of the extensive testing on the subsonic line of aircraft for the factory in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Very high rate of roll for the double roll. This one highly modified for air shows, as you might imagine. For your pilots that care, stressed to +6 times the force of gravity and -3 times the force of gravity. And it is the only performer flying air shows in this type of aircraft in the world today. So another unique feature. These are facts, they are not just boasts. Watch for Tom to do the traffic circle in the sky. A lot of cities have converted to those traffic signals for trying to keep traffic moving at a busy intersection. Well, Tom gets around to go around once. Now the traffic's coming from the left, so he'll have to watch the traffic on his left. He's got to wait for traffic on his left. The traffic on his right can go, but this guy went out in front of him, and he got completely around the traffic circle without incident or bumps. Combination of a 30-year dream. Now as he comes back in, we'll watch for Tom to set up for the 6 times the force of gravity turn in the tight 360-degree circle. See that detail? Remember I mentioned to you that it has no problem with that jet engine because the two don't get in each other's way. That is a solid 6G turn, and that is a tight turning radius at the speed that Tom entered. The mini jet, Tom Larkin. Everybody should have it. Okay, taking note that it is a vinyl wrap rather than a paint job. Tom Larkin is going to show you that coming in from your right, over your right shoulder. Legally low, relatively slow, with a wingtip on our side pointed down towards the ground. And you can get a photo opportunity. Now as Tom lands the airplane and clears the runway, the airplane you're hearing overhead is Rob Holland, a most accomplished individual. He has got a list of competition victories in North America and around the world unparalleled. Five-time world freestyle champion, 10-time U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, 10-time U.S. National Freestyle Aerobatic Champion, inducted into the Honorary Snowbirds Jet Demonstration Team, 3-time recipient of the Charlie Hillard Trophy.
Welcome back into the Warriors over the Wasatch Air Show here at Hill Air Force Base. Dan Hawkins, and delighted to be joined by Debbie Worthen from KSL 5 in Salt Lake City. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's so exciting to be here. Even as I was driving in, I could see kind of the white smoke off of I-15 and getting into town. And I know we talked about this a few minutes ago. I always get a little bit choked up. And I think it's just that sense of patriotism and just the power of what's going on here.
Yeah, and you might hear it behind us. It is the sound of freedom. It is the F-35 Lightning II that is getting ready to fire up and delight the crowd. And I know you're excited to see them and the Thunderbirds later.
Oh, absolutely. So tell us about the F-35, because this really is a very cool plane.
Yeah, it is. We had Major Wolf on earlier. Bea Wolf, she's the commander of the F-35 demo team. It is a 9G capable multi-role fighter, stealth, situational awareness. I mean, it is the most advanced fighter jet in the world, along with the F-22 Raptor, as you hear some pyrotechnics behind us.
Yeah, what are we hearing?
That's just some pyrotechnics. I think one of the acts that was just up in the air, the Sonex demo, looks like they just fired off some pyrotechnics. You see it there on the screen, Debbie. But these kind of acts have been going on all day long. You get a sight there.
Now, we all watch things kind of just in the background of what's going on here at Hill Air Force Base all the time. But this is the first time in a few years that the public has been able to come back out here and really get a taste for what's going on here. Tell us about that, because the pandemic, just like a lot of other events that were canceled, it really canceled the events that happened here for the public to watch.
Yeah, this is the first time in 4 years that this air show has taken place, and what a lot of people might not know about how air shows are put together is a lot of these acts have to be booked 2 years in advance.
Wow.
And so, you end up having to cancel because of the pandemic. Scheduling, a reschedule can be difficult. So, most of the air shows that got canceled because of COVID-19 just didn't ever happen. And so a lot of places, their air shows have had this kind of 4-year break or 3-year break in between air shows.
So as I was getting a ride from the media staging area, I was talking to the gentleman, and he said, if a few years ago we had 600,000 people, if that number was accurate a few years ago, it's higher than that this time.
Oh, it is. This crowd is like max capacity. It's bursting at the seams. But having said all that, wow, you could really hear that, right? You felt that.
Oh, yeah, I felt it. What was so cool, too, is there are so many places to watch. So people still want to head up. You don't have to come right here to the base. You can go all these surrounding areas. It was almost like when people set up for a parade, and they just set out their chairs on the grass to kind of get things going and to watch what's happening.
Look at that crowd.
Wow.
I mean, Max.
And, the weather has cooled slightly. I mean, it's still hot. Don't get me wrong. But it could be 100 degrees. It's not. We're in the 80s today, which is pretty perfect for the air show.
And it hasn't deterred the crowd in any way, shape, or form either. This is fabulous as you get the sights there of the crowd taking in the air show as they get ready for the F-35. And I didn't realize there was going to be so many pyrotechnics in this particular demo.
I love it. This is a great way to spend a Saturday. Now, hundreds of thousands of people coming onto Hill Air Force Base to watch this. There is a ton of work that goes into an event like this. Why does Hill Air Force Base do it? What is the reason for all of this?
Well, obviously, I think first and foremost, it's to demonstrate to the American population, the might of the American military, in particular the air and space forces, and their abilities to fly, fight, and win. And you're going to see all of that on display, as you see there. The F-35 Lightning II, that's Major Kristen Bea Wolf.
We need a moment of silence.
Yeah, we really do. She's taxiing out to get ready for her performance, but that is going to be a sight to behold.
And you know what is just so impressive about this is one of those planes. I can't even imagine being able to fly that. And you have a lot of women now who are in the armed forces, who are in these amazing roles now. That has been a shift.
Yeah, rated diversity improvement is one of Air Force Chief of Staff General Charles Q. Brown Jr.'s priorities.
Right.
They recently, last year, just released a rated diversity improvement strategy, and they are working to put not only women, but just more diverse pilots of nature, because, the more diverse of a force that we have, the less groupthink that we have, bringing all that talent to bear only makes us better as an Air Force. So that was a great observation.
When I saw the story with her a couple of weeks ago, because we've been talking about this show for a couple of weeks now, that was the first thing that stood out to me, because I told you, my family, I grew up coming to these shows. My brother's a captain for an airline, and my dad worked for the airlines growing up. So, I mean, really watching these planes was always front and center. We came every time the air show was in place. And so to see a woman flying that is just awesome.
Yeah, and, it really is impressive for anybody to fly these aircraft. But we had Major Beowulf on earlier this morning.
Yeah, she's amazing,
and
isn't
her
she?
passion and love of not only flying, but, service to her nation. I mean, unmatched. So really incredible to see. So I'm excited to see her fly.
Yeah.
I got to see her a little bit sneak peek yesterday as she flew a practice run. Like Matt said this morning, it was kind of just like the appetizer.
Right.
Right. So
yeah.
So this is going to be the real deal here later on this afternoon.
I think it's very neat to see her inspiring a future generation of service members.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. And, you talked about the purpose for air shows. We talked about, demonstrating the readiness of the U.S. Armed Forces. But it's also about recruiting, right? The next generation of airmen and guardians who are going to serve this great nation are here today at Hill Air Force Base. And the looks of wonderment on their faces. I mean, we can see a couple young men and women over there. And just the looks on their faces, they are, they're already thinking about aviation and getting a passion for it. And that's a big reason why we would do air shows.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, people are clapping now. Oh, I'm so excited for this. And we are really less than 10 minutes away from seeing that F-35 in the air. So what will we see once she's in the air?
Well, we're actually going to see it because we're going to toss to a package right now that shows you a little bit more about the F-35 demo team.
The inverted pass is always my favorite.
You don't have to understand the lingo to know that this,
upside down 300 feet above the ground,
is pretty amazing. And as awe-inspiring as it may look from the ground, it's just as awe-inspiring to the pilot in the cockpit.
All of that mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering that goes into making this airplane fly, that technology, the fact that they can put that into an airplane that can go, 1.6 Mach, 29 Gs, and drop bombs is super awesome.
Major Kristen Wolf, call sign Bayo, is the pilot and commander for the F-35A Lightning II demo team. Her job is to show off just how incredible her plane is to the entire world.
And it's the latest and greatest technology inside of it.
The Lightning II is the world's most advanced fighter jet, and Bayo Wolf and her team are happy to finally get to show it off in front of the hometown crowd.
This is obviously our home base. We've been here since 2019. We started practicing, skipped the 2020 air show, so we're really excited just to get everybody out, especially the local community, onto the base just to see this airplane, the Thunderbirds, and it's going to be a huge lineup that weekend. So we're really excited to put on a show.
And what you'll see in the air won't just be some simple air show tricks. Bayo puts the jet to the test each and every time she gets inside.
It is pretty aggressive flying. You're max performing the airplane, so a lot of G's, a lot of strenuous maneuvers.
Proving her plane is more than ready to take on any enemy.
We don't modify the airplanes, paint them, take out any sensors, anything. Like this airplane could go to war tomorrow with bombs in it, and some of them have come back from war. We fly them in demos, so it's pretty important to share that combat capability.
Showing off the might of our military and inspiring the next generation of airmen and women, just one of the many goals of the demo team and the Warriors over the Wasatch Air Show.
Gives people outside of the fence the opportunity to come on the base and see what their neighbors do, see what goes on here at the base. It's not just about flying the aircraft, but it's about maintaining them and all the multiple things that they do here at Hill. That's why it's called an open house. It's really to invite those people in and say, look, here's what we do. We do this because we protect our country each and every day, and this is how we do that.
And it just so happens that protecting our country,
40,000 pounds of thrust, we're riding down the runway and then raising around 300 feet off the ground.
Also puts on quite a show.
It's like flying a roller coaster. It's awesome.
So just a little sneak preview there from Beowulf, and I think I recognize the voice on that package. It sounded strangely familiar.
Yes. I was so excited when I got to cover that a few weeks ago. Now, how long has she trained to be flying the F-35? Like, what kind of time commitment does a pilot have when they're at her level of that expertise? It's pilot training is a very long process. In fact,
typical pilot training lasts approximately a year just to learn the basics, to earn your pilot's wings in the Air Force.
Right.
And so you spend that year. There's a lot of things going on in that world. Pilot training transformation, they call it, using technology, virtual reality. So they're trying to basically create the same quality pilots that we've always had, but using more technology and that, so it's really exciting stuff. But then a lot of times, depending on what airframe they're going to fly, they go to what's called a B course, where they learn to fly that particular airframe. Major Wolf, who we're going to see in the F-35 today, fun fact, she actually flew the F-22 Raptor first. So she went and flew that, and that takes that's usually 6 months to a year, plus upgrade training when you go to your unit. I mean, it's years in the making of to make the world's greatest fighter pilot is not an overnight process. And, pretty impressive stuff when you realize this person's not only flown the F-22, but they're also now flying the F-35. And a lot of the things that she flies are just capabilities, but, all the pilots that work in the 388th Fighter Wing here at Hill, which that's where the F-35 demo team falls in, they're all pilots of that caliber.
Wow.
So to be chosen as the demo team pilot, though, a huge honor, and so exciting stuff to see her. And she's going to be taken to the air here in just a few minutes.
It's good we know what's going on. It would be a little scary. Look at that. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. That caught Debbie by surprise.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. And, generally when we see black smoke like that, there is a real problem. But since we know that that's not the case right now, that's a lot of fun. All right. So those F-35 pilots, and are they the pilots that go into combat?
Yeah, so
the ones that are training here, they go into combat.
Well, that's an operational F-35 wing here, the 388th Fighter Wing. That is an operational F-35 unit. So any of these pilots have the potential, to deploy, to fly, fight, and win, in a contested environment. So, what the men and women at Hill Air Force Base do across the specialties, is contributing to the readiness of the United States Air Force and Space Force to do their respective missions. It's really impressive to see. I mean, the dedication of these men and women to the mission every single day. It takes a lot, as you might imagine. I mean, this is a small city at Hill. We talked about that off air a little bit, but I mean, this is like, there's so much that happens here, from the 75th Air Base Wing, who kind of takes care of the city, to the mission partners, who kind of are like the business owners, who handle working those operational aspects of the mission. A lot to see here every day. And so a lot of people probably drive by and maybe see some airplanes in the air every now and then, but there's a lot happening
Yeah,
here.
there is. And we know that it is a huge economic impact to our area as well, which we really, really appreciate.
Yeah, in fact, Kevin Ireland, who's the director of the Utah Air Show Foundation, he was on with me and Matt earlier, and he said just the air shows itself brings around a $50 million impact to the local surrounding communities.
All these people have got to eat somewhere, don't they?
I mean, but that's just a staggering number,
it is.
right?
That's incredible.
That's really great for the people of this area, the business owners, etc. And so you get a great replay there of the smoke show there on that aircraft. That's the Sonex.
This was probably the original definition of smoke show. Because now we hear it like someone's super hot. Oh, there's a smoke show. This was probably the original definition of this.
So here we go. So the F-35 should be taxied soon, as we're still on the replay. That's pretty cool stuff there. This is so much fun.
It is. It's a lot of fun.
And you can feel the anticipation building. We have from our vantage point, we have a good view of the crowd, and they're just like looking up there like, when's that F-35 taking off?
They are. And you know what? We just caught a little bit of a breeze. Sure, everyone is loving that.
Yeah.
It's nice and cool. Look at those crowds.
Yeah.
I think it's so fun to see the crowds get together for such an amazing event. I mean, there's just a sense of patriotism. There's a sense of camaraderie when we're watching something like this take place. And not just take place, but take place live right here in our community.
Yeah, and especially now, kind of post-pandemic, to see crowds of this size, it just, it still takes a little bit to get used to, but it's awesome to see. This is pretty incredible stuff here, and so we're still waiting. We were going to have Colonel Anderley of the 388th Fighter Wing stop by. He might have the chance to stop by later, but as you might imagine, he might be busy.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
There's hundreds of thousands of people, just hanging out. So he might be busy.
Yeah, so he's actually over about 2,000 of the personnel that work on the F-35 here, right?
Yeah, and 6 squadrons make up that wing, and the Utah Test and Training Range, which is a 3.2 million. I didn't realize it was this big. 3.2 million acres.
Right. When
in
I
the
just
West
saw
Desert.
that. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's cool. Sometimes, we'll hear, they're going to be having training in the West Desert, so we'll be prepared for some of what's going on. But it is very cool to see it happening right here.
Yeah, so they do a lot of operational tests and evaluations of weapons. Obviously, they need that kind of large area just from a safety perspective. Really super important there. What a cool-looking airplane, though.
And, it almost looks like a bug from the front, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. As you get a look there, he's waving to the crowd. Awesome.
That is one thing that's really fun about this is just the showcasing and the showmanship of what's happening out here today. And we talk all the time in the newsroom when you have a good story or when we're trying to determine what kind of time something is going to get, we always say let the content dictate the coverage. And when you have this kind of content that we're seeing here today, there's a reason we're on for hours.
And piloting Sonex is Rob Holland. He's a veteran of the air show circuit, widely world-renowned pilot, so pretty impressive stuff. And did you see? I don't know if you saw it, but the little sneak preview down at the end of the runway.
So what can we expect to see when she starts flying that F-35?
Yeah, so what you're really going to see is...
look at that. It looks like a movie.
It does.
It looks like a movie. It's not. It's live.
I know. So we're not going to say what movie, but it looks like a movie. But I will say you're going to see 18 minutes of really, from a capabilities perspective, what the power of an F-35 is. So keep in mind that just because an aircraft has certain capabilities, they may not use those in an operation or whatever. So the whole intent of showing the F-35 is just to show what it's capable of, and it's pretty amazing stuff.
No, that's absolutely right. And for a pilot like her that is so skilled, her expertise is just off the charts. What will she be? What's going through her mind as she's starting to fly this today?
Yeah, I think it's just, she told us this morning, actually, they follow really, just from a safety perspective, they have a script that's tightly, monitored and followed. She's talking to a pilot on the ground. There you see her taking off here for the start of the F-35 demonstration. So we're about to get to the good stuff here. So she's going to fly out and around. There you go. She's going straight up. So she's already pulling some G's. So this is where the camera crew really makes their money, trying to follow that. But look at that. Isn't that a beautiful sight?
It is beautiful. Wow. So the F-35 capable of what, 9 Gs? Is that what you told me?
9 Gs.
Which it was like what if you're the person flying that plane?
So it's gonna be like around 1,500 pounds on your chest.
Wow.
And I don't even know that you could even imagine that, right? Like that doesn't even seem like I couldn't make that up if I tried.
No, that's true.
Yeah. So pretty amazing stuff here.
And what's incredible is they have to have the skills to fly the plane, but they also have to be in just tip-top physical shape, don't they?
Yeah, and that's a huge part, and that's something that they embed right at the start when they're in pilot training down in Air Education and Training Command, understanding that it's not just getting in an airplane and flying. Got a little afterburner right there.
Love it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't have the stats right in front of me, but that's a lot of thrust and torque going on right there. I'm sure any pilot out there in the crowd is definitely appreciating that right now. But yeah, getting back to what you talked about with physical performance, like, they have to get the proper nutrition. They have to sleep. They're like high-performance athletes.
They're world-class athletes.
They are. They're the best in the world at what they do. And you think about, the Jazz there in Salt Lake City, like Donovan Mitchell has to get ready for every single game and be ready to rock and roll. And that means after a game, he's going home, he's hydrating, he's sleeping. Right. Same thing. When they're about to get in this cockpit, they got to be at their highest potential, to fly this plane at the very limits of its capabilities. So that was cool.
It's cool. I mean, for lack of a better adjective.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, it was cool. That was cool. Or that was fire. I don't know. Is that what the kids say now? So.
Exactly.
Oh, man, that was awesome. But, yeah, it's pretty impressive to see, how. I mean, think of the focus that you have to have, and that's why the Air Force has such a need for people who are interested in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, because think of all the things, the calculations that she is constantly running in her head. Mm-hmm. I mean, this plane goes to Mach 1.6. I mean, 1,200 miles an hour.
That's insane.
That's
I'm glad
incredible.
We're telling you what that is, how fast, because I didn't actually know. Like 1.6.
Yeah, no, I had to look. I looked up Mach, and that was like, they said it was like anything over 750 miles an hour is basically breaking the sound barrier. So, pretty impressive. I mean, I can't even imagine.
No.
I mean, she's not breaking the sound barrier right now, but she's going really fast. Yeah, so, we've talked a little bit about it, but the stealth aspects of this are just incredible. And, when it comes to strategic competition against, our nation's adversaries like Russia, China, this is the kind of technology and capability that allows us to stay the superpower that the United States is and to be able to fly, fight, and win. So, I mean, it's just incredible. There's nobody in the world who can match these kind of capabilities.
No, it's true. So the Air Force's premier fighter jet, that's the F-35 Lightning, right? That's what we call it. Okay. It says high impact, maximum velocity, seat of your pants, thrill ride for all ages. Although very few people actually get to go inside. So this magnificent multi-role stealth combat aircraft is by far, and this is kind of what we've been talking about, the most superior fighter jet the world has ever laid eyes on. The F-35 is the first operational supersonic fighter jet capable of reaching 1.6 Mach. What does supersonic fighter mean?
Well, you're breaking the sound barrier.
Okay.
Yeah, so, she's not. I don't know how close she is to breaking the sound barrier today. Usually, you break a sound barrier, that's going to hurt some people's ears.
Yeah, the booms are a lot of fun, though.
Yeah.
So Captain Kristen Beowulf from the 388th Fighter Squadron, that's who's flying this right now. And she's right here at Oh my gosh, help me.
She's based at Hill Air Force.
Yes.
And what makes this unique is, they train here all the time, and you see the F-35 in the skies all the time. This is, as you see her flying basically inverted, pretty cool stuff. But, this is the first time that, they've got to perform in front of the Hill Air Force Base, hometown crowd.
Yeah.
It's a home game.
It is.
That's cool.
And it's like the playoffs. It's the home game, but it's the playoffs. And we're playing the Golden State Warriors, so it's a big game, and we're going to win.
Yeah, it's super cool. I mean, so a little history, the F-35 demo team used to be based out of Luke Air Force Base in Arizona, which is the command that I actually work in Air Education and Training Command. And they didn't move to Hill until 2019, of course, but then what happened in 2020? You had
Right.
the pandemic, and so that Hill Air Show was canceled. So, I don't have the data on when's the last time the F-35 demo team flew actually at the Hill Air Show, but it's probably been a while. Yeah, so super cool.
Super cool. It is such a spectacle.
Yeah. We can't even keep up with it.
And you said these planes now are so sophisticated that in combat, if the pilot was to pass out or something went wrong, then the computer system in these planes can take over for a time.
Yeah, that was super incredible. I did not know that. Bayo Wolf told us that this morning. She's giving us some nice afterburners today, for sure. She's letting us know I'm here. Just that sound alone, is that not? I'm intimidated. That's just,
you can feel it.
But inspired at the same time. It's so cool.
What are these planes used for?
Basically, air-to-air dominance.
Oh, I love how you worded that. Air-to-air dominance.
Because ultimately, at the end of the day, right? If we're in combat, we want to dominate the adversary, and that's what these planes are designed for. Nobody in the world wants to take on an F-22 Raptor or an F-35. You just don't want to do it. It's going to be a bad day.
Yeah.
And that's what these planes are built for. It's pretty awesome to see it up close and personal. And again, this is, defending America is not a cheap proposition in terms of, it's a lot to fund America's military. So, showing the American taxpayer, what that money is used for, that's also part of the reason that we have these air shows.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think we've seen over the last couple of months, really since what's been happening overseas, is how important it is to have an incredible defense system in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we live in today's national security environment is probably as dynamic and, contentious as it's ever been. And, the Air Force has to stay ready. And that's what these pilots do every day at Hill Air Force Base. When you see them here in the local area and they're flying around, they're staying ready for tomorrow's high-end fight against adversaries like China and Russia or whoever might be our adversaries. And, that's why it's just such an honor for me to, work for the Air Force, but also just incredible that we get to share it with, everybody that lives here. So she's just went by with the slow pass, and now she's going to go to a vertical climb.
Okay, and here's the thing. This is probably the first time many of these people have ever seen in person an F-35.
Yeah.
I think it might be my first time as well. It is so incredible to see this.
Yeah, look at that shot. Great shot from our crew. Wow. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, it is a huge crew working to put this show on, and wow, what a show it is.
Oh, my gosh.
You talk about the readiness of the Air Force, and when you find out you need to get ready is when it's too late. That's why the U.S. is always doing this. That's why this is such an operation, 24/7, 365 here at Hill Air Force Base.
Yeah, you can't just, as you get another great look at Major Wolf really demonstrating the flexibility of that airplane. Right. Look how agile that is. It's just poetry in motion right there.
It is.
Sometimes I'm like, oh, should I be talking? Because it's just so beautiful. Maybe I should just be quiet.
It is absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah. It really is. But, you talked about the readiness. Readiness is not just something you can do between 9 and 5, every day. Like it requires nights. It requires weekends. It requires deployments away from home by the men and women who work across the Department of Defense to ensure, America's national security interests. And so here we see the P-51 Mustang and the F-35 joining forces, the P-51 from the Korean War era. That was
state of the art at the time, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yeah.
It really was. And it's still cool to see these planes flying. Fun fact, the pilot, Steve Hinton Jr., that's flying the P-51 Mustang today there with Major Wolf, his dad actually flew the P-51 in the Super Bowl flyover that Major Wolf took part in back in February.
Oh,
so
wow.
Kind of a cool fun fact there. So, yeah, the Hinton family, long time on the air show circuit.
That's so fun.
And flying the, American heritage classics
Right.
there, like the P-51 Mustang. And that really shows you, look, and in its day, the P-51 was just a beautiful state-of-the-art aircraft, but look how far we've come now with the 5th generation aircraft. Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, unbelievable. Really. I just about stood up and saluted right there.
It's so true. No, it is so true.
That was awesome. And look at that. That's Air Force history right there.
That is. And just the commitment to excellence is so evident as we're watching these planes fly today.
Yeah, this is the Air Force's 75th anniversary year. We talk about our theme for this year's air show is innovate, accelerate, and thrive, the Air Force at 75. And that's what it is, right? It takes innovation. It takes that acceleration mindset. Like, hey, we need to make sure that we stay ahead of our adversaries. Mm-hmm. And that's what you see there with that particular aircraft. Otherwise, we'd still be flying the P-51s.
You're right.
But it takes that F-35 that you see right there to win tomorrow's fight.
Yep.
And today's.
And the greatest minds.
Yep. And that's why the Air Force needs you. So if you're passionate about aviation and you have a background in science, engineering, technology, etc., mathematics, we need you, and you should consider it. And we're actually going to have a guest a little bit later, Don Jessen from the Air Logistics Complex here, who's going to talk about ways that you can actually serve your country, and you don't even necessarily have to, enlist in the Air Force to do it. You can actually work as a civilian for the Air Force as well. So I can't wait to talk to Don as well.
No, that's one thing I didn't know. I thought, you're all in, or you're not in at all. And so that is actually really a great opportunity and a great way to serve the country and make a good living doing so.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know that there is a ton of civil service opportunities from a civilian perspective to serve with the United States Air Force. It's part of the total force concept. I'm a civilian. I wore the uniform, but now work for the Air Force as a civilian. And civilians, in a lot of ways, really provide that foundational of continuity, as airmen rotate in and out, as you get another great shot of the P-51 Mustang there flying with the F-35 Lightning II, the Heritage Flight Formation 2 ship there. Just gorgeous. Not a cloud in the sky.
Oh, yeah, it's so perfect.
Yeah. So.
And last weekend, the weather was garbage.
Oh.
It was so bad. And I was thinking last weekend, it's good that we got another week before we have the air show. It was rainy, it was cold, it was just not the greatest.
No such problems today in Utah. So
how rewarding is a position with the Air Force?
Yeah, it's been the honor of my lifetime. I think for anybody who wears the uniform or even civilians that serve, knowing that you're contributing to the greatest team that you'll ever be on, there's just something about it. You hear that national anthem, or you see this demonstration of air power. It really just reminds you how lucky you are and how privileged you are to help in the defense of this great nation.
Yeah, I love going into the next 2 weeks with the 4th of July right around the corner, because I always feel like we're just so desperate for that unity, for that patriotism. And, I mean, it's a fun time of year to really focus on that and be part of this show this weekend, which just really sets the stage.
And the crowd at Centerline just got a great flyby. That was awesome. Just awesome. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah, and so, I mean, wow. And, you know, typically the F-30, I mean, to me, that's a headline act by itself, but we still have...
Which is crazy that's kind of like the opening act, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of?
Well, I mean, they're before the Thunderbirds, but I mean, obviously the United States Air Force Aerial Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds, they've been delighting crowds around the world for, I mean, decades now, and so that's just so impressive. A 6-ship formation. I can't wait to watch that. And what's great about it is they have that ground show that we're going to see. That you know, it's about a 140-person unit, and to make that Thunderbirds mission go, I mean, total team effort. But, But what the crowd will see is just basically the end result of a lot of hard work.
Yeah, isn't that so true? And, oh, look. Yes, here it comes, just right overhead.
Yep.
There is no shortage of entertainment here today.
Yep. They came up the backside there. And you got to kind of watch for that with the Thunderbirds. I heard they like to be sneaky.
Oh, they do, huh? They like to be sneaky.
Yeah, so they're going to, you know, they might catch you unawares. So just FYI, I warned you.
Oh, yes, I consider myself warned. Right.
Look at that. Oh, man. What a beauty. And you know what? I think maybe this Hill community and Ogden community in particular, pretty spoiled, because you can walk out your back door and kind of see this like a lot.
No, it is so true.
Pretty lucky.
And look at that mountain background. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, does it?
Yeah,
that
so
is just very cool.
I was actually out here in February when we did the Super Bowl broadcast, when Major Wolf flew in the Super Bowl formation flyover, and it was snow on the backdrop, and I was like, oh my God, this is the most beautiful thing. And I was like, it can't get any better than this. And then I got here actually 2 days ago. Going vertical again.
Yep.
But that backdrop that you mentioned I was just like, oh my God, it's just
stunning.
as incredible in the
stunning,
summer.
Isn't it?
I mean, I live in Texas. There's not really the Wasatch Mountains to speak of.
We take them for granted. We forget how amazing that backdrop is.
Yeah.
That once in a while we get those views just like we saw, and it's an amazing place to live.
Yeah, so the F-35 looks like she's bringing out her land, as you see the replay here of the P-51 passover with the F-35. But Major Wolf's getting ready to come in for the landing. She's got her landing gear down, so she's going to be coming down. So as a reminder, you can still make it out, but you're starting to run out of time there. Oh, look at that.
So is this plane still used, or is it just kind of a show plane?
Yeah.
Nostalgic?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's really great is the organizations that work to keep these historic warbird planes up in the air and flying, because, you know, it's not easy to find replacement parts for a Korean-era airplane.
It's true.
So, you know, there's a lot of great people and organizations that spend a lot of time, energy, and effort, like Steve Hinton and his father, to make sure that the American public still gets that sense of nostalgia and gets to see these historic warbirds in action.
It is very fun to watch that. And really, it's kind of the past and the present going into the future when you watch that right next to the F-35.
Yeah.
You know, where we've been, where we are, and no doubt where we're still going as far as aviation goes.
And really, you know, you think about it, like for the next generation of airmen and guardians who might be here at the air show, you know, what might they be flying in 20 years from now, you know, when they join the Air Force? So pretty cool.
And I thought that was interesting when you talk about the F-35, how really she's showcasing some of the fun stuff today, because if she were in a combat situation, you know, she's not going to be doing the fun tricks. she's going to be, defending and protecting the country. So it's fun that we get to see that side of that flight today.
Yeah. And you get a good look at the crowd. I don't know how much standing room is available that's left, right?
Right.
She's touched down there.
Oh yeah, she's touched down, and we are right on the front side. Really, the bleachers are set up. We have a lot of people. Now, the great thing about this is you get a good view, regardless of if you're a shorty like me, because most of it's in the air. So that's really fun to watch. Yeah, so there she has just landed.
What do they say? Not a bad seat in the house.
Yeah, it's true.
That's for sure.
So about an 18-minute flight from her.
Yeah.
Showing us some of the cool things that just amazing piece of machinery can do.
Yeah, so incredible stuff. She's actually going to taxi, and she parks like right over here. So we're going to hear. When she parks. So pretty cool stuff here. So I know you grew up around here, come to a lot of air shows, but what do you think of this view so far?
No, it's amazing. Now, I will tell you, the thing I was most nervous about today was being hot. Because as a kid, I remember it was so hot, like my dad and my brother, they were just so into all of this. And I remember thinking, okay, we're going to go, we're going to be sunburned, we're going to be all of this. The great thing is you can bring plenty of water. I know they have water refill stations here as well. And the weather is not that hot today. Granted, we're in the shade, but we're in the 80s. And this is a great way to spend a Saturday. And what has been so amazing, what a service to the community that a huge event like this, world-class, really, this is a world-class facility, world-class pilots giving us an amazing show, free to the public. We've been expecting 250,000 to 500,000 people. We think that we've probably hit far beyond that already this weekend, and you can see why.
You just wonder, is there a guy at the gate with like that, that old school clicker?
Yeah.
He's got to be tired by now, right?
Yes, definitely.
When do you just give up?
Right. And really, the entire community, you could see this from all over. Fun to watch. And as I was getting off the freeway, driving in, I thought, wow, if I wasn't coming here today, I would try to find a way to get here, because you saw the planes and kind of the free fall. It's just like, oh, okay, that's going to be a super cool show.
Yeah, so the T-33 is getting ready to queue up, to take off. We've still got a few acts. The Thunderbirds will be setting up around 3:30. And they are scheduled right now for a 3:35 start of their show, and that'll last about 45 minutes
or so. Wow.
So you're going to be in for a treat for that air show. That's a good-looking airplane, too. Again, another older airplane.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so very cool. It's about to take off. I believe that's the T-33, as there's the P-51 as it taxis in from its flight with the F-35.
And there, of course, F-35. Yeah.
That just looks cool. I know I've said that like 5 times, but I just I got to keep saying it, because, and I see the F-35 a lot, and every time I'm like, oh, that's a good-looking airplane.
Yeah, it just has not lost the novelty, I'm sure.
No, not at all.
Which, I bet if you asked her, how much do you love your job, she would say it beats working for a living.
Oh, yeah. The passion shone through this morning when we had the chance to spend some time with her. And I think she was on the KSL noon show yesterday.
Yeah.
With Shira and Dan Spindle were out here. And so, she got to spend some time with them as well. So very cool.
And, the sense of camaraderie is so amazing, because even, the crew that's helping her land, you really can see that sense of pride from the top to the bottom, and everyone that is involved in this production.
Yeah, it is. They, like anything else, right? It takes a village. I always equate to sports. I'm a sports guy.
Right.
You got to have the trainers. You got to have the equipment room guy. You got to have, everybody in the front office. It's the same way in the Air Force. You got to have the maintainers. You got to have, the people who are doing, fuel and ammo and just even the security forces crew at the gate. Imagine their job today to make sure the public can come in today.
Yeah.
It just takes an entire team of airmen and guardians to make this mission happen.
Yes, maximizing their role. We are miking up someone to get on set right now.
Yeah, so it's going to be Don Jessen. Yeah, so there it is. We're going to pull up his bio here. We're so glad you could join us.
Yes, so Don Jessen is the Chief of Business Operations. The Air Ogden Logistics Complex employs more than 8,100 military, civilian, and contact personnel here at Hill Air Force Base in 155 different job series. Are you thinking, yes, I knew that. That's why I'm always so busy. The majority of the employees are federal civilian employees and not in uniform. They are military service members, however. Jobs range from supply chain, finance, manpower, production, and software, to name a few. So here is Mr. Don Jessen, who is going to talk about how those civilian employees are hired in the Ogden ALC. Thank you so much for being here today.
Well, thank you for having me. And isn't this beautiful? I'm a little distracted with everything going on in the background. It's awesome to be here.
Yeah, we were just talking about, like, how spoiled you must kind of be, because you probably see an F-35 every day, but it's incredible every single time.
Oh, it never gets old. It really never gets old. But thanks for that introduction. So I'm glad to talk about hiring. That's one of the things we do here. And we're really looking for that skilled labor workforce.
And what does that mean?
So we do a lot of the repair, maintenance, and overhaul. It takes a lot to keep these airplanes flying. So we've got, as you mentioned, a little over 8,000 employees. Most of those are civilians. Some of the careers that we're really focusing on right now will be our skilled labor, like aircraft mechanics, sheet metal workers, low observable coatings, machinists. That skilled labor, we're really looking for skilled labor, and then we're always looking for science and engineers. Engineers in, mechanical engineers, structural engineers, our software engineers, and cybersecurity professionals. It really takes a team effort to keep these flying.
Yeah, and so, the theme of this year's air show is around innovation and accelerating. And we talked with Miss Sturgeon from the STEM City.
Oh, yes.
But just talk about how important STEM is to the aerospace and space worlds.
Well, we just barely saw the F-35 fly. It's been rumored to be a flying software platform. It takes a lot of software to keep these in the air. So software engineers are one of those areas that really, we are hiring as many software engineers as are interested.
Wow.
And are these people who have college degrees already? Does it range?
It ranges. So I'm a farm boy from southern Utah. I was recruited right out of college in southern Utah. Near Cedar City.
Okay.
So I came on, it's actually been 23 years ago in June. So
he started when he was like 10.
I've been coming to these air shows for a little while. But yes, out of college, the skilled labor we'll take out of high school. Air Force does a very good job of training. I was able to get my master's when I came on board. I graduated from Utah State, but we offer a lot of training programs. Again, skilled labor workforce or professional workforce. And that's one of the things I've enjoyed is Air Force has provided me opportunity to get out and see a lot of different bases, to be able to work different areas. I've been able to work in supply chain and logistics. Right now I'm in the complex. We focus on maintenance, repair, and overhaul of the aircraft, but also base support and acquisition and procurement. So I've really liked being able to have job stability, be here with my family, but being able to do new and different areas of work.
And we talked about that there's a lot of ways to serve with the armed forces, including the Air Force here at Hill Air Force Base. And one of those is just by being a civilian, you are contributing to the Air Force mission in a very big way.
Absolutely. The mechanics, they're out here on the flight line. They're in the hangars here just behind us. So they are providing readiness. They're providing that air power to our nation.
What are some of the seemingly little things that make a big difference working with your team?
Well, first, it's supporting the mission. It's supporting our nation's defense and providing air power. Second, I'd say it's the people. I work with some really great people who have my back, professionally and personal life. But we offer very competitive wages, and there's a lot of kind of some of those non-tangible benefits. Retirement, paid leave. Not many places offer a pension nowadays.
That's true.
Vacation days. I like being able to take time off and go be with my family. But some of the other things, is job stability, as I mentioned too. As you know, I've been here 23 years, and I've never had to worry about job stability. And so that's for me, that's been pretty big.
Yeah, and that really matters. So as you look to hire, what are some of the things that you guys do in the local community? Do you guys recruit at like job fairs, or how are you guys out there? Or if somebody was interested, how would they learn more?
Well, that's a great question, Dan. So we try to, yes, we're out there at job fairs. Probably the easiest will be some of our job boards. So the easiest would be Hill Air Force Base Recruiting Facebook. It's on Facebook, or airforceciviliancareers.com. And we're on LinkedIn. Also, if you go to Utah Department of Workforce Services. So any of those job boards, you can get out there, you can see the jobs that are open, see what we're looking for, and just post your resume to one of those job boards. About every 2 weeks, we go in, we pull those resumes, we review them. And right now, we really are hiring. Again, skilled labor and science and engineers is our two big focus areas.
And I think it's always so great that there is a career path. This is not a job, it's a career. And it probably becomes part of who you are as well. Talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. The career path can be, I talked a little bit about horizontal, being able to work supply chain, procurement, or over in the complex. But also there's a lot of areas for promotion here, just right at Hill Air Force Base. I like living here. I like to work and play here. But there's also, ability to go throughout the Air Force, whatever you'd like to do. But again, our organization's about 10,000 employees, but there's about 20,000 employees here on Hill Air Force Base, so there is a lot of opportunities.
Wow, but I mean, that shows you, that just the ALC alone, if there's 20,000 employees and you have close to half, that's a huge operation.
It is, and again, I told you I was a farm boy from Southern Utah. I didn't grow up in the military, was not very familiar, but we are 99% civilian for our, just for the complex. We've got about 200, enlisted and officers, but mainly we're a civilian workforce.
What kind of sense of pride comes with an event like today's event?
Oh, it is awesome. You can probably see the smile on my face. I brought my son and my daughter here, and it is just really neat to see this. I guess the community, we get great support from the community. Our community is really behind us, and that means a lot to us as well. But it's just nice to work here. It's great to support the mission and to see the support air power.
So, we're talking about hiring, and I know, a lot of times in different organizations it's cycling, right? Sometimes you're like, oh man, we have a lot of vacancies, and then, a couple months from now, oh, we're sitting pretty good. So it's a cyclic valley you kind of navigate, but how invested are you guys in hiring, like today? If somebody's like, I need a job right now.
Well, so in addition just to our normal attrition, we're going to be growing by about 600 people. So in the next few months, we're trying to bring on about 600 people. I don't think we'll get there, but we are hiring.
No, let's be optimistic. You're going to get there. And what jobs are those? Are those across the board? Okay. Yeah. And so some of those skilled labor positions, people just graduated from high school. Now is a time, if you don't have an idea of what the plan is, this would be a great path.
High school, if you're retiring from the Air Force, if you're active duty retiring, you bring some skills, or if you want to transfer, we'll take beginning or journeyman level mechanics.
Can you kind of just maybe expound on that just a little bit in terms of especially from a trade perspective, when you talk about entry level, how entry level are you willing to take somebody and basically grow them into what you need them to be?
So we're willing to take them right out of high school. And, we have a sheet metal course. Also, we work with Davis Tech, Ogden Tech, so the tech colleges, Salt Lake Community Tech colleges. So right out of high school, out of a tech college, or somebody who has some experience coming on board. So, definitely would love to be able to hire the experience, but we'll hire and train. That's kind of with me. I came out of college, first job, and they were able to train me.
And again, these are not jobs where you get drafted. These are jobs.
Absolutely.
No, really, because I mean that's a huge thing. I've thought about that so many times. You know, for a lot of the young couples, young moms, I think they would love to go work for somewhere like the Air Force, but the thought of being away from, you know, maybe that newborn baby for a few months or a year is just off the table completely.
Absolutely. So I came, you know, from Cedar City, graduated, just moved up here with my family, and I've enjoyed it immensely.
Yep, you've been here a long time now.
Yep, 23 years.
Now, do you call this home now?
I do. I live up in Pleasant View, and we love it. There's so much to do in the area.
So my family's from Panguitch.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, so right there by Cedar City
I
as well.
absolutely know where that's at. I've been to Panguitch Lake fishing many times.
They're having their balloon festival today. Not quite an air show.
Oh, awesome.
That's whoever scheduled that. I don't know. That's a tough beat.
Yeah,
there.
exactly.
So, you know, we can obviously sense your passion for what you do and what the ALC does for the mission here at Hill, and of course the greater Air Force at large. But you know, when you think about your 23 years, what's the thing that you maybe think upon most fondly of your time so far?
It's been the people I work with. I've gone through some hard things, and they've been there for me. So just like a second family. So it's definitely the people I work with. I will say Hill Air Force Base has one of the best missions. We're the fighter depot. I mean, that is cool. We get to support the fighter aircraft as well as the Air Force's nuclear mission. So it's the people, but Hill Air Force Base is just a special place to work. And I think we support some of the best aircraft in the inventory, the fighter aircraft, what we see behind us.
What the heck are we watching right now?
The shot. I'm just going to ask you, Don, do you put engines on the back of vehicles?
No. I did take automotive technology in high school, though, and in college, and so I'm a car guy, and this is awesome. But what is that?
That is the Shockwave truck. I'm told it races airplanes. So 3 engines, let's keep going, 376 miles an hour, and it's hot.
That's hot. And not in a Paris Hilton way. I'm saying, like, actually hot on our backs.
And I love the smell of JP8. It is just, it's awesome out here.
It says 3 jet engines, 36,000 pounds of horsepower. Hey, you're a math guy. What is 36,000 pounds of horsepower really mean?
I'm sure that puts you in the back of your seat.
And Shockwave, the current world record holder for jet-powered trucks at 376 miles an hour.
That is funny. But see, that's the beauty of the air show. There is something for everyone. We just went from watching an F-35 fighter to this.
Yeah. So a father and son duo pilot this truck, Neil and Chris Darnell. They are, of course, veterans on the air show circuit. That's pretty cool stuff, and I think maybe you guys might need to add this to your inventory, Don.
Oh, yeah, well, definitely.
At least that could be like the, let's go take a break and drive Shockwave.
So
yeah, that'd be like, what's the ROI on that, right?
And I think they've upgraded from our last show. It was like a regular size truck. That is a semi truck.
Yeah, that is really, really cool. And again, like you said, Debbie, that's just something cool that you don't really see anywhere else other than at one of these air shows. So
I get a little
stuff.
giddy seeing that. You see the adrenaline smile.
It's
hard not to see that and just get a little bit of smile.
Don, what would you tell people if they've been on the fence or maybe thinking about joining the armed forces or the civilian line? Are there things that stand out that you've been able to experience over the years that you don't think regular people have?
Again, supporting the mission, getting out to an air show, but traveling, I've loved traveling a little bit. I've got a family, so I like to travel some, but it's been cool seeing some of the different areas of our nation, visiting some of the different Air Force and Army bases. That's been cool, just working on a mission that we have here. Some of those little things, again, some of the paid leave, I'm able to take leave, go on vacation. But still live and work here in Utah, but support the Air Force. So that's what I like.
You talked about that pension, and that pension is true. Those are unheard of in today's day and age.
Absolutely, especially for some of those skilled labor, machinists, mechanics. Paid leave, pension. Not very many pays. We do a retirement 401k match as well as the pension. So that's
incredible.
Great. I do love that.
Well, and obviously coming out of the last few years that we have with the pandemic, job stability, that's not underrated. Don't sleep on job stability.
It is, and I haven't talked about telework for some of our professional organizations. We do have, especially for our engineers, we do telework. I telework maybe one day a week, but we offer that telework, which is a great benefit. Just flexibility for family work-life balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really, telework is one of those things where I think, in today's job market as employers, you kind of have to at least consider, right?
Yes. It was hard to get there. It was a year and a half ago. We went from 0 to, for our professional series, and of course our mechanics, they can't telework.
Right.
They're
yeah,
here,
you got to be here.
Turning wrenches on our aircraft. But for, our civilian, or I guess our professional workforce, we went from 0 to, near 100% telework. We backed off some now, but there are quite a few areas where they offer, telework 4 or 5, days out of a pay period.
Mm-hmm. And I think we learned a lot. We never would have gone to that had we not been forced to try to figure it out. And I think it was kind of this untapped area where it is very important to some people to have that option. Personally, I'd rather just go to work. I have little kids. Easier to just go to work. No, but I think that is a huge benefit. And when people are looking, and especially with gas prices, what they are right now, that is a huge motivator.
Yep. Well, I like having the flexibility because it's fun to come in. I mentioned the people. It's good to get in, interact, but occasionally it's nice to just get out of bed, take a shower, and walk in the other room, and I'm at work.
Right.
The commute is nice.
Yeah, and what do you think of the crowds today, Don? I mean, this is pretty incredible, right? We talked about it's been 4 years since we had an air show. Look at that site.
Oh, it's amazing. That's why I talk about community support.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
No, it is. It's incredible. It's fun to see everyone. The fact that it's free, I think, is just an incredible community service. I mean, you live up here, so you kind of watch things that are going on all the time. But for those of us who don't live in the Layton area or near the base, it's fun to come up and watch. Oh, so they're training all the time. This is for a greater mission, but it's also just cool.
It is. Yes, absolutely. And no matter how crowded it is, it's easy to look up. You can still get a good seat no matter where you're at.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we really appreciate you spending some time with us. And, last chance, prospective job applicants, what would you tell them?
Some of those job boards, so Hill Air Force Base, recruiting, Facebook, Utah Department of Workforce's job site. We're on LinkedIn, and then US or AirForceCivilians.com.
Okay, is there an age limit? I mean, I know, when you're joining the armed forces and going to be active duty, you can't be over a certain age. Is that still the case?
I'm going to say 18 and older.
Okay, but for someone who's maybe retired, they could come and do some of these jobs,
absolutely,
right? Okay.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
That is our target audience too. You're retiring from the Air Force, you're retiring from active duty, but you still want to stay close to the mission, and you've got some skill sets. We are definitely hiring retirees.
Awesome. So aircraft electricians, machinists, software engineers, and more. We want you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Don. Wow. What an incredible mission, right?
Yeah, it is.
And really such an opportunity, I think, from the community's perspective to have, an employer who is as at large as it is, and they need help. And
I agree.
Wonderful opportunities to provide for your families here in Utah.
And there is so much instability. There's so much uncertainty on these kids that are just finishing high school or that associate's degree or even the bachelor's degree on what to do with that. And what a great opportunity. And you talked about growing with the cause. I mean, you look at a lot of these retirees who have, like you were active duty, 20 years? Is that right?
20 years. I went out into the civilian world for a couple years and said, I still want to be a part of the Air Force. And now I've been a civilian for going on 11 years.
Wow.
Almost 12 years, actually. Gosh, I lose count.
Well, and what kind of opportunities did you see over the years?
There's so much opportunity because, again, the civilian workforce is so important. And we're actually pretty lucky because we're going to have the commander of the Air Logistics Complex about to join us. So Don's boss.
Oh, I hope Don said everything right. Should we tell on him?
No.
Did he say anything that was controversial?
No.
Just joking.
No. But really excited to meet General Gibbs, and he's kind of that last interview before we get to the headline.
The headline, that's right. And he is just getting briefed right now.
Yeah.
On some very hard-hitting questions that we're about to ask.
Oh, yeah, hard-hitting. But, you know, it's really cool and so great to be able to talk to these senior leaders and, you know, understand more about what Hill Air Force Base does. I'm sure it's very eye-opening for a lot of people, and we are absolutely delighted now to be joined by Brigadier General Richard Gibbs. He's the commander of the Ogden Air Logistics Complex here at Hill Air Force Base. It provides logistics support, maintenance, and distribution for the nation's premier fighter aircraft, the F-35 Lightning II, the F-22, F-16, A-10, C-130s out here, T-38, tons of weapon systems, the ICBMs, the Sentinel now.
Yep.
So, sir, 7 different groups, tons of specialties, 10 plus remote locations. I'm just going to say the Ogden Air Logistics Complex is a pretty busy place to be.
It's absolutely a busy place. So, Dan, Debbie, thanks for having me on today. And thanks for everybody watching today. What a great day. This is absolutely incredible. And I will say the timing couldn't be better.
Yeah, we talked about the weather last weekend.
Weather.
Thumbs down last weekend, right?
Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But given the movies that have just been out recently.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. I still have not been, but I'm going. It's scheduled.
I only remember the Air Force recruiting commercial that came on before the movie. That's all I remember.
Well, so I was just talking to a Navy veteran, and he's like, great movie. So glad to have you here. And I like the order that you did things. You first go to that movie, you come out here, and you join the Air Force Air Show.
That was strategic.
Yeah,
that was part of the plan. Tell us about the big picture of the Air Force.
Of the Air Force.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Of what the ALC does for the Air Force.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. So in the Air Force, there are 3 depots. We do the overhaul of everything that you see flying out here. Generally, what we focus on are fighter aircraft. We also have a couple others that we look at, and so the C-130s for the Navy, T-38s which is training aircraft, which we do elsewhere. And then we also do software engineering, which a few years ago I had no idea that we wrote the software for the computers that are on the aircraft. And then, of course, we do the ICBM work, as you mentioned.
What is that? What is ICBM?
Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. So our nuclear arsenal that are in the holes in the ground out in the cornfields and across many states. So we actually go out to those locations and we do the overhauls of the missiles and the facilities that house those. So it's a lot of work. None of our weapon systems are that new. I'll say with the exception of some of the F-35, it's newer. But we do a lot of modification work. And so every time that a combatant commander says, hey, here's the challenge for us, our engineers to get together and they figure out what needs to go onto the aircraft or inside the aircraft. And so we do a lot of that work here, putting it on the airplanes. And of course, every time you take an aircraft apart, it's metal. It's a machine. It wears out. And so when we take them apart, we find a lot of things that need attention, fixing, replacement, refurbishment, and that's what we do here.
So what's your role working inside Air Force Materiel Command? How do you support them and their overall mission?
Right, so we are part of the Sustainment Center. The Sustainment Center has supply, so our supply chain folks, and they've also got the depot workload. So depot, it's the overhaul, but there's 3 different organizations within the Air Force that do that. And we're just looking forward and trying to find what's the thing that's going to eat our lunch, and we try to get ahead of that as much as possible so that we keep the readiness rates high for our warfighters.
I love that you talk about that, because really so smart to always be on the offense instead of trying to play catch up.
Oh, yeah. That's the goal, but, it's machines that wear out, and so every once in a while we are surprised by something that we'll find as you peel back the layers, and we've got a great team of, the folks that work here, and I'll say there's a lot of people that work here, almost 8,600 people that are working at the depot itself, and that's everything from engineers, scientists, technicians, supply folks. If you can imagine somebody touching an aircraft, a weapon system, we've got them here working for us. So it's It's a fantastic job. It's one that I have always wanted to do. I love talking to people, if you can't tell. I love airplanes, and I love being around this sort of mission. So absolutely incredible.
So I got to ask, though, when you take command of such a large and diverse organization as the ALC, were you, even as much as you know, were you blown away by the scope when you actually got in the seat?
I was. And you'd think I have been in the Air Force for almost 30 years. You would think with that amount of time that I would have spent more time here at these kind of organizations. I haven't. This is the first time I've ever been stationed in this sort of operation. And it was overwhelming with the sheer volume of work that goes on. And it's to the infinite detail that there's, I mean, you just had Don Justin on, and his team of folks are looking at the workload that we're bringing on, and how do we best get after that. It's I'll say a flying operation is difficult. This is a really complex, dynamic operation, and I've been here a year, and I learned something new. I learned many things new every single day about that operation, so it's incredible.
So you have all of these different roles, and each is so important. How critical is it for the people in those roles to maximize their position?
Well, it's, you know, so resources are always a problem. We will never have as many people or as many dollars as we would like to have. So the reality is we're not going to be getting more, and so you go with that. And so having folks that are talented, educated, hardworking professionals is the key. That is absolutely how we get this job done. And you know, it's been said many times, but the people are the heartbeat of our force, and that is absolutely true here as well. So,
the theme of the Hill Air Force Base Air Show and the Air Force's 75th anniversary, Innovate, Accelerate, Thrive, the Air Force at 75. Can you maybe talk about some of the things that you guys are doing to, you know, innovate the change necessary that General Brown talks about so we can defeat our strategic adversaries?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, really, we are always looking at ways to innovate. You know, we're looking at new technology. We're assessing where this can help our workforce. As an example, on the F-16, we have some bulkheads, so some structural areas inside the aircraft that require very precise drilling. And interestingly, you have to have done these actions multiple times, and it's not just a science, it's an art, because you'll get a visual anomaly. So you'll be looking at this area, and you'll think you're seeing a straight-in way to drill, and you're really not. And so it's pretty easy to make a mistake. Well, we brought computers in to do this and a robot, and lo and behold, the robot's making the exact same kinds of mistakes. So we've got to work with the team to adjust the software to account for that visual anomaly. And those are just examples. And so we don't do that just ourselves. We do have fantastic engineers that work here at the depot. It's a system program office for each of the different weapon systems. But we go out to academia, we go out to industry, and we're looking for great ideas wherever we can find them. And we're often interested in testing new things out and getting better and getting faster. And again, it's all about readiness. So getting these aircraft through the process and back out to the warfighters.
You know, as we've watched everything unfold in Ukraine over the last few months, I've had so many moments where I've just thought, well, I looked up the numbers on what the U.S. spends on defense compared to the other countries in NATO, and there is a huge reason we are the powerhouse that we are. And the reason that, generally speaking, we don't get touched on U.S. soil. And it's because of all of the work that you guys are doing all the time. How important is that, and how rewarding is it to be part of that?
It's absolutely rewarding. Folks stop and thank me for my service all the time, which makes me very uncomfortable. I am privileged to be living in this country. I'm honored to be a part of our military service. And I've traveled the world, so I recognize the privileges that we have. And I look across our great U.S. Air Force, our Department of Defense, the capability that we bring to bear in support of those ideals, democracy, freedom, and to be a part of that, it still gives me goosebumps. So I love it.
And we're seeing the best of that today on display here at the Hill Air Show. And we can tell you're so passionate about what you do, and I absolutely love it. But what really motivates you? What makes you want to go to work every day here at Hill Air Force Base?
So I've said it's the people. I love working with people, and if you spend some time chatting with our folks, you'll see that they're pumped up, they're motivated, they're excited to be here. Not every day is supercharged.
It's not all air shows.
It's not all air shows, but they work through the challenges, the difficult times. They figure out creative solutions. And I just love working with people like these. So that, to me, that's what gets me up in the mornings. And you never know what you're going to see during the day. You never know what things you're going to learn. But I know who I'm going to be doing it with, and that's fantastic.
So
yeah, that's
looking
amazing.
ahead, what might be on the horizon of maybe future initiatives for the ALC over the next 1 to 3 years, maybe?
Well, so as you see new fighter programs coming in, you can think about us. That's where workload will generally be coming. But we do work on every weapon systems components. And so landing gear, we do a lot of that kind of stuff here. So if there are new fighter programs coming on, this is probably a location they're going to be coming. As we expand and grow the F-35 program, they're coming here. And so the more modifications that we need to do, so we're going to be expanding and growing that workload.
How many F-35s do you have here at Hill?
I
mean, too many to count? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just like, it's such an amazing
I don't know.
aircraft.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
It's for the depot side of the house, we're talking in the 20s and 30s. We're growing that right now. I honestly don't know the operational side. I am busy with my own. I have been over in Hyper's their commander. I'd have to go ask him.
No, but so dozens. You have dozens here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, that's incredible.
It really
and to see
is.
that training going on all the time. It's been fun for us to just get this.
It's an air show every day.
Yeah.
For us.
Well, it kind of is. It is. But for the rest of us, we don't see these, especially not up close and personal. And then to see the expertise of the pilot and just putting on an amazing show for us.
Oh
today.
yeah. Well, and you got to remember all the folks that are in the background that are doing the support work,
Right.
and it's everybody. You often don't think of the finance, the administrative, the personnel support, the cooks, the maintenance personnel.
True.
I mean, across the board, there is I'd like to say an army of people. There's an air force of people that are getting this done. So
yeah, that's true.
It's fantastic. Yeah.
An Air Force and a Space Force.
That's right. That's right. And we do have Space Force folks here.
Oh, okay. That's awesome, too.
Okay, 30 years. You've been 30, is that what you said? 30 years?
Just shy of 30.
Just shy of 30. What are like a couple of the standout moments that you've had?
Oh, wow. Gosh, there are so many. I mean, I feel like I can't keep a job because I have worked so many different weapon systems. I've gotten to deploy with our airmen forward. I've gotten to work on the B-2 weapon system. I've been out in the Pacific working on F-15s.
Wow.
I mean, I have had just phenomenal experiences in our Air Force. So, standout moments, I don't know. There are so many.
And you still love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But have you ever flown in 2 Yak 55s
No.
put together?
We're watching this on your video screens, and oh my gosh, that's amazing. I have not. I've gotten to fly B-1. I've gotten to fly F-15, T-38. So even as a maintainer, I've gotten to fly a few things periodically. Part of it is they would like me to see what it is that our organization does. And I will tell you, for the B-1, maybe the best part for the air crews was we ground aborted, so it's they had a maintenance issue on the airplane, and they were like, see, this is what we have to go through. And we turned it around. We got it fixed in like 5 minutes. I'm like, see, if you just know how to describe the problem, there you go. You got your solution.
You don't just say just turn it off and turn it back on.
That could work. There's a lot of computer systems in here.
All right, so I asked a lot of people this morning, what is their favorite aircraft to watch at the air shows? I mean, I know it's tough, but do you have one, or are you going to give me the Air Force?
Just
I
like
love
your
them
kids.
all.
Yeah, I'm going to have to. So there's two. I got to give you two.
Okay.
And then as I'm watching each one, it's probably that one. But I will tell you, the F-35, I love watching those fly. I loved watching them fly low level, low speed, and it's amazing the capabilities of that airframe. But the F-16 I love. I love the F-16. There was a move that I saw a few years ago that the Thunderbirds had done where it's flying very low level and at a high angle of attack. And how does that stay airborne? So, so maybe those two. But ask me in 10 minutes and I'll I'll probably
Might
change
be
my
different.
mind.
Well, I was going to say, well, you just got to see the F-35, and we still have the Air Force Thunderbirds awaiting on deck. So I think we've checked your list so far, sir.
Excellent.
So-
I'm ready. Keep them coming.
All right, so Brigadier General Richard Gibbs, commander here at the Air Logistics Complex here at Hill Air Force Base. Thank you so much for your time, Jay.
Absolutely.
We really
Thanks
appreciate
so much
it.
for having me, and thanks for being a part of this today, everybody.
Yeah.
All
Take
right,
care,
thank you.
sir. Wow. I mean, just the passion of General Gibbs and, really everybody we've met today.
It's true.
It just exudes out of them, right?
It does. Excellence at work. And every single, should we call it act that we're seeing? Every single act is just perfect.
Yeah, so, I mean, just incredible to see the dedication and passion, of a General Gibbs. I mean, 30-plus years of service in uniform, leading the men and women at the Air Logistics Complex. That was hard to say.
You did it.
But, I just find it incredible, again, like they are looking for help. So,
Right.
if you're interested, there's opportunities here to make a career for yourself in aviation.
Yeah, it's true. And you don't really have to move. It's just right here in our backyard. And a lot of fun.
Okay, so to learn a little bit more and just see a glimpse of life at the Air Logistics Complex, let's go ahead and take a look at this package about landing gear.
I'm Shane Dooley. I'm the production supervisor over Heavy Lifter Assembly. My shop is an assembly shop, so we bring in all the pieces, parts for the landing gear. We build an assembly, we assemble it, test it. As the Air Force's only landing gear overhaul facility, we provide all landing gear for all aircraft on all weapon systems. C-17, A-10, F-16, F-15, F-35, B-1, B-2, C-5, C-130. We provide the only source for landing gear overhaul for the United States Air Force. Worked in a couple different places in this building, and now I'm a supervisor. It's really the people that do it. We got these guys that are working and they're putting in the work, and if he doesn't inspect that part right there, that gear fails, a plane crashes when it lands, or it takes off and it can't come back down, and you could have 30, 40, 50 souls on board, they could lose their lives. So it's very important that we take care of everything the best we can. The smallest detail matters. It's all part of a big cog, and we're only doing one piece, and it has to line up and everything has to work perfectly. This facility produces roughly 6,000 gear a year between all weapon systems. We have a machine shop, chrome plating shop, assembly shops, disassembly shop, E&I, NDI inspections, everything's done in-house. I think the most unique part of this facility is that we can take an F condition, which is coming off an aircraft, and we can return it to an A condition. We can take the whole gear, tear it down to base metal, machine it, rebush it, recap plate it, paint it, and then turn it back into a functioning gear. Every time I go home, I see those aircraft flying around. I know that they're landing because of what we did here.
As you see, Jeff Borboon, the pilot of these, they call it a Yak 110 because it's two Yak 55s crammed together.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
That's actually a Russian airplane,
Is
believe it
it?
or not. Yeah, it was designed for aerobatics. It's not really a military aircraft at all. It was designed by the Russians for aerobatics. And then Jeff and his team about 10 years ago decided, hey, what if we put two of these 55s together and we'll call it a 110?
If one's good, two's got to be better, right?
Yeah, so
So are they fused together? Do they only
yeah.
fly together? Oh, that's
Yeah, apparently, yeah. So I'm not smart enough to know how it works, but as we get a nice look, they fly by show center here. It's pretty cool stuff. So we might have Colonel Craig Anderley stopping by, the commander of the 388th Fighter Wing, so we'll be standing by for that. The Air Force Thunderbirds are about to be on deck, and I bet your family is probably a little jealous. They're probably like, what? You get to go hang out by the
right?
Thunderbirds?
I know, it's true. It's true. It's one of my more fun assignments.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Good to get out to the field, and So it's been a while since you've been to Hill, though.
It's been a while. I'm trying to think. Even the last time I was out here on a story, it has been years. So it's fun to be here. I mean, you know what's going on here all the time. You know that, the training is happening and they're working on state-of-the-art stuff. But to be out here today, there is that sense of pride. There is a sense of excitement. And, I mean, it's just amazing to see these planes. They're loud. You can feel it. You can see it. And it's a gorgeous day to be watching it with, 250,000 of our best friends.
Oh, absolutely.
Joining us. And for all of those that are watching on Facebook or watching on the app, then obviously the weather's perfect for you as well as you're watching from your living room. And hopefully you've really been enjoying watching all of these airplanes and listening to the crew here that is so passionate, that works so hard to keep things going here, and are just running this state-of-the-art operation here at Hill Air Force Base.
So you've been out here about 3 hours. Anything surprised you yet?
I've been surprised how loud it is. You kind of know it's going to be loud, but then to feel it and and to see it this close up is just quite a spectacle.
Yeah. So the Yak 55 times 2
That's
still
right.
out there flying, and that is the last act on the schedule before the Thunderbirds. So if you've been waiting, don't stray too far from
Right.
your phone or your computer if you're watching us online. And apparently you can watch the news at 5 o'clock because Debbie
That's
here
right.
is going to be doing a news
That's
hit
right.
too,
We're
right?
going to have a live shot here.
Oh.
Now, by that point, most of the action will be over, but we'll show you what's been going on here all day if you missed it.
Yeah, some of the highlights.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Yak 110.
Okay.
All right, actually and you mentioned some of this. The Yak 110 is actually 2 Yak 55 airframes that have been joined together to make one aircraft. Add in a J-85 jet engine, and you're in for a unique treat. 2-time advanced national aerobatic champion Jeff Borboon is taking us on this spectacular ride as he does twists, turns, yanks, and banks. Whoa. This one-of-a-kind aircraft in the skies over Hill Air Force Base.
Certainly one of a kind.
Yes, definitely.
Certainly one of a kind.
Well, that's what's been fun to watch, too.
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. It's been fun to see some of the fun, just silly stuff, and then some of just the show-stopping, unbelievable stuff that's going on here today.
Absolutely delighted to have Colonel Craig Anderley, commander of the 388th Fighter Wing and F-35 pilot himself, and responsible for the training, morale, welfare of more than 2,000 personnel across 6 squadrons operating the F-35, and also oversees operations at the Utah Test and Training Range, which I didn't know, 3.2 million, just massive footprint for operational test and evaluation of weapons. Sir, how are you?
I'm great. Beautiful day here.
Oh, gorgeous, right? So call sign Hyper?
Hyper, yep.
A call sign Hyper. Okay, tell us about that.
Well,
does it go without saying? Are you a wild man?
It's more of an opposite, so I'm a fairly laid-back person, so they went with Hyper. There's more to the story, but we'd have to have a couple drinks, and then I
Okay, then it would be
then
it'd be fun. Tell us how much fun it is to have this event going on today.
Oh, it's amazing. Really, to not have done this for 4 years, and then to have the opportunity to bring the community out to the base to an event like this, and to show off, all the airplanes, the F-35, the Thunderbirds, all the Warbirds that are here, the aerobatics, the Golden Knights jumping in, to have that opportunity to open the base up to the community. Because, I will tell you, I've been in the Air Force 20 plus years. The community support here in Utah is second to none. It's amazing to see, and so for us to be able to open up the base and bring the community out here to watch this event is really special to us, and something that we're very glad we were able to make happen this year.
It's been fun to watch. I mean, we've talked about, we kind of know what's going on out here, but to get up close, to see it in person, to see that F-35, just unbelievable, and a lot of incredible work that you guys do up here.
Yeah, obviously this is our community, right? It's our backyard right outside the gates. It's the folks that we interact with every day. And so we make a lot of noise sometimes. I know that. Sometimes late at night when we're doing night flying. It's all for a reason. It's all part of our training to be ready to go rapidly employ combat power anywhere in the globe. we've done that recently out of our wing. Went to Europe with one of our fighter squadrons. Just recently brought them home. And so to be able to open it up and bring the community out and show them why we do what we do here at the base and why it's important, and really to show them how much we appreciate the support that we get every day here in the local community.
So it's interesting because this is where you get a little mix of missions, right? You have the Air Logistics Complex, and what they do is a little bit different. But you're a little bit more on the operational side of the house. Can you really dive into what it is that the 388th is all about?
So we rapidly employ combat power on behalf of our nation. That's what we do.
Rapidly employ combat power. That is cool.
Real simple.
Job description.
Right? That's it.
Right.
That makes the 30-second elevator speech very easy.
I'm feeling very boring right now. Yeah.
Hands down, we have the world's most advanced fighter aircraft in our wing, the F-35. We have 78 of them in the wing, 3 fighter squadrons, a little over 2,000 airmen that make that mission happen. And we're ready to go anywhere in the world at a moment's notice to employ the world's most advanced fighter aircraft in support of our allies and partners and to deter our adversaries. And we've proven that lately.
Yeah.
We've gone and done that mission. But that's what the wing does. That's what we train to do every day. And we're ready to do that at a moment's notice.
How rewarding is it to know that you're part of that national security?
Service is a thing in and of itself. I think to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself is a very rewarding thing, and then to see the impact that we have on our airmen in the wing who are a part of that mission, that are proud of what they do, and then to take care of their families who support them. Because we deploy, we're busy.
Yeah.
We're the Air Force's first F-35 combat wing. We're a busy wing, and that takes we're out the door a lot, and it's a toll on the families, but to be able to take care of them, to be a part of that is a very rewarding thing.
So I read that you guys are the first combat-coded F-35 wing in the Air Force. Can you just tell us a little bit about what that actually means?
Yeah, so when we first brought online the F-35, it was initially in testing, and then we started our training bases.
And when was that?
So 2010 to 15, we're bringing the jet online, we're doing testing, we're starting the training bases, and then as the jet is produced and we're producing pilots, we stood up squadrons here at Hill. We received our last jets in 2020 that filled out our 3 fighter squadrons here at Hill. So we replaced the F-16 with the F-35, 78 jets on the ramp, 3 full fighter squadrons, and we were the first F-35 combat wing in the Air Force to be fully stood up and ready to go. Just like Hill was the first F-16 base, before that, we're now the first F-35 base.
Some serious bragging rights.
It's a great place to be.
What's your favorite part about the job?
Every day is awesome, but I would say that the people.
We've been hearing that a lot, yeah.
The jets are great. I love flying. I've done some, I flew F-16s most of my career, transitioned to F-35. I've had some great experiences, done some really awesome things. I'm a farm kid from Iowa. My dad wouldn't let me drive the combine. It was too complicated, right? So
that is so funny.
Now I get to do this, and it's awesome. But the most rewarding thing that I think any of us do is take care of people and work with folks who are like-minded and want to be the best at what they do. And having that experience every day is really awesome.
But would your dad let you drive the combine now, or is he still a little hesitant?
Still a little hesitant. I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Well, first things first.
Yeah.
First F-35s, then maybe you'll work your way up to the combine.
I'll get there someday.
Yeah.
Still hoping.
So just a little while ago, we got to see Beowulf fly the F-35 demo, and then, of course, her flight with the heritage flight with the P-51. Yeah. Always cool. Tell me about the value of the demo team and what that means, having that inside the wing. How cool is that?
So it's awesome. And Bayo isn't just the demo pilot. She's an instructor pilot in our wing. So outside of show season, Bayo's a combat-ready F-35 pilot. We would deploy her if we needed to, right? So, and I think that's important for folks to understand. This isn't her full-time job. It is during show season.
Right, yeah.
But outside of that, she's an F-35 pilot, combat-ready and ready to go. The demo team to us is, one, a way to give back to the community. right? And to get out to air shows and show people what we do. And it's also a recruiting tool for the Air Force. You know, the military is an all-volunteer force. We need people, and we need folks that can see what we do and get excited about it and want to be a part of that. And so, you know, if you go to an air show and you see the F-35 demo and you think, that's something I want to do one day, awesome. Then we're winning. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, and you know, for me, I'm a little bit older than her, but to watch a woman be the pilot of that, I mean, really, that just shows me a future generation, there are no limits.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think as fighter pilots, we've known for a long time that, you know, the jet doesn't care.
Man or woman,
care,
right.
man, woman, you know, white, African American, Hispanic. The jet doesn't care, and we don't care.
Right.
You're either good at your job or you're not.
The commitment to excellence is what you want.
100%. And so, but, you know, we need to show people that these opportunities exist for them regardless of who you are. And so an opportunity to have Bayo out there to go to an air show, take the helmet off and drop the ponytail,
Yeah.
right? And little girls out there are like, holy cow, you know, she
could
looks
be
like
me,
me and she's
right.
doing this. That's awesome. It's great. Great opportunity.
Yeah, rated diversity improvement, you know, not just in the pilot ranks, but, you know, in so many Air Force specialties is really so important. But you're an F-35 pilot. Debbie was wondering, while we were watching Kristen fly her routine, what, you know, 7, 8 Gs might feel like, you know, in that jet.
Yeah, I think so. You've probably had an elephant sit on your chest before. It's just like that.
It's just like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, and so, you know, because we were talking about the physicality of being one of those pilots. Tell us about that. It's not just having your wits about you and knowing the plane. It's that physicality.
Yeah, so I would say that, you know, being a fighter pilot, it's a combination of being a pro football player and a professional chess player. Because the mental aspect of what we do is very, very important. We're managing the fight, right? So where I am, what I see, where everyone else is, where they're targeted, what the adversary laydown looks like, and I'm fighting the G's in the aircraft, which is a physical event. So it's a sporting event, and it's a chess match, and it's all at the same time. It's one of those cool opportunities to have a job that never gets boring. Right?
Yeah. And now, okay. So, but you say that combo has got to be so rare. Like when you're recruiting, when you're looking at someone coming through the ranks, how do you know that person has what it takes?
I think first and foremost, most of us are really good looking. So you go with that first.
Okay.
Now, you know, we start out and we look for
cross that off. Okay.
We look for folks who, one, have a desire and a drive to be the best at what they do, because this isn't an easy job to do. It's not an easy road to get here. And so if you don't have that commitment, if you're not willing to put in the time, you're never going to make it. And on the same breath, all the God-given talent that you may have doesn't matter if you're not willing to work.
Right.
So we look for attitude more than anything else.
Yeah.
That attitude to be the best at what you do and the willingness to work at it, that's what makes a fighter pilot.
That's an incredible combo.
And so we've asked everybody this today, and I know you flew different airframes. Do you have a favorite, or are you just going to say, oh, the F-35 because it's the coolest? Like, what's the answer here? You're on the spot.
Yeah, so I love the F-16. You know, a couple thousand hours in that jet, 1,000 combat hours in that aircraft. I love that aircraft. If I was going out to do a dogfight, I'll pick the F-16. That jet turns like nothing else. Especially, you know, the Thunderbirds are Block 52s, big motor F-16s that I flew. That jet turns like nothing else in the Air Force. If I'm going to war tomorrow, real war, I want to be in an F-35.
Right.
Hands down. That aircraft has capabilities that nothing else in the world has.
Yeah, and it's so great that we got to see all of that on display. So, sir, on behalf of everybody, thank you so much for what you do every day in defense of this great nation, and really thanks for putting on this show for everybody here.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. I love my job, and we're happy to have everybody out here today. It's awesome.
Great.
So we want to highlight one of Utah's very own. Earlier this year, the Air Force and our country lost a true patriot as Colonel Gail Halverson passed away at the age of 101, affectionately known as the Candy Bomber. Colonel Halverson left behind a legacy of kindness and compassion.
The name Candy Bomber, I think, is something that's respected and cherished across the globe.
He is the symbol of the German-American friendship. I cannot think of any individual which laid such a foundation just a few years after the war like he did.
There is no one that comes into his sphere of influence that remains a stranger.
It started with the Berlin airlift. The Soviet Union had cut off ground supply routes to West Berlin. Panic grew over shortages of food, water, and medical aid. Only 9 months after the fledgling Air Force was made a separate branch in the military by Congress, it faced the largest humanitarian airlift challenge in history. C-47 and C-54 cargo aircraft crews flew basic necessities into Berlin at regular intervals, day after day, flying more than 189,000 flights, eventually delivering more than 2.3 million tons of supplies. Gail Halverson, a lieutenant at the time, piloted one of these aircraft as part of the effort called Operation Vittles. The story goes that he saw some German children near the fence at Tempelhof Airport while dropping off supplies. He spoke with them as best he could. He was struck by their gratitude and fascination. At the time, American children would automatically hold out their hands to anyone in uniform, begging for candy, but not these children. They asked for nothing more than what he had already brought on his plane. Reaching into his pocket, he decided to give them the 2 sticks of gum from his rations, worried it wouldn't be enough for all of them. He told them he'd be back though, and would wiggle his wings so they'd know it was him. Risking disciplinary action, Halverson talked the rest of his crew into donating the candy from their rations, dropping it with makeshift parachutes over Berlin for the children. When his chain of command found out, they weren't pleased, but recognized the goodwill he was fostering with former enemies. By the end, Operation Little Vittles dropped more than 23 tons of donated candy, and Halverson earned the nicknames the Chocolate Flyer, the Candy Bomber, and Uncle Wiggly Wings. His generosity moved the city of Berlin and repaired relations between the U.S. and Germany. The Berlin airlift gave people what they needed to survive, but Halverson gave them hope. He returned many times over the years, both in his military career and after, always to a hero's welcome. Halverson passed away in February 2022, but his memory lives on in the people he touched. Along with ceremonial honors, Air Mobility Command decided to honor Halverson's legacy by rededicating a C-17 Globemaster III, the spirit of the Candy Bomber.
When you look back at what this specific C-17 did for the Afghan operations, for the evacuees last August, that there couldn't be a more eloquent story to tie the legacy of Gail Halverson with the current airlifters of Air Mobility Command.
Along with the new moniker, the aircraft from Charleston Air Force Base, South Carolina, needed a new paint job and new artwork.
Working on the design for this was a real collaborative effort. General Minihan had the vision, and for me as a designer, I just worked with his vision of saying the spirit of the Candy Bomber, and he wanted the plane with the air drop. So as a designer, at first you think, oh, I'm going to make this great big piece of art, but actually there's a lot of limitations that people may not realize. So the font had to be a certain font. It had to be a certain shape, like a football shape. There were certain elements that had to be on it, and the maintenance guys really wanted it to be very simple.
The C-17 and crew traveled to Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam in Hawaii for a fresh coat of paint.
There's a lot of finer points that people don't really think about. It's not as simple as painting a room. There's some finer things like when you're laying down tape, putting down the same color so that it doesn't seep under and creep under the paint.
It took a week to paint the aircraft, along with the new logo, before returning to South Carolina. Later, the C-17 and crew participated in a ceremony in Provo, Utah, officially dedicating the aircraft in honor of Halverson. The next day, the C-17 participated in a flyby with the C-54. The C-54 dropped candy with parachutes over Spanish Fork, Utah, just like Halverson used to do almost 75 years ago.
I think you've got an excellent example in the C-17 of an incredibly capable airlift platform, certainly a descendant of the great airplane, the C-54. They're really wonderful pillars of honor to those who fly, fix, and support them.
Being able to see the design on that C-17 makes me feel really proud just to be a small part of this effort. The C-17s travel all over the world, and they do deliver hope and humanitarian goods to people in lots of crisis. And to me, it's just an honor being part of that legacy.
Throughout the past 75 years of Air Force history, there have been leaders, visionaries, people who saw what needed to be done and made it happen. Halverson epitomized service, excellence, and integrity. He set the tone for today's Air Force, as ready to take up arms as it is to lend a helping hand.
Innovate, accelerate, thrive. The Air Force at 75. Can you believe it? The Air Force has been a separate service since 1947.
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
And Hill Air Force Base has been such a huge part of that. And, you know, the theme of the day, right? We talked to so many people, and what they say, it's the people,
Oh,
right?
yeah, right.
It's the people that keeps the engine moving. And it takes a village. It's not just the airplanes in the air. We're going to take a look here at one Hill Air Force Base mission, explosive ordnance disposal. I think you'll be surprised at what you see.
To be an EOD technician, it takes a problem solver. They got to be able to solve complex problems. You need to have somebody that's not a quitter. When things get hard, they got to be able to keep going and be able to push through. And you need somebody that is a team player as well and not afraid to bring things up when they have new ideas.
What EOD does, we take care of a lot of munitions, whether it be stored munitions that the military has on hand or found munitions outside. So we get a lot of calls from older people or people that pass away and their kids find hand grenades, all kinds of stuff in their garages. Whether they're World War II veterans, they just take trophies back and keep them and don't tell their kids about them, and their kids inherit it, they find it, and they're like, oh, this is something. So they call their local enforcement and get the bomb squad out there, and we decide whether it's dangerous and just take care of it that way.
The Air Force in general, we have a lot of explosive hazards that need to be taken care of, right? So we need people to be able to take care of that so that we can keep the people within the Air Force safe. So whether that be aircraft or munitions or being able to clear ranges so that pilots can practice doing what they need to do. So we need EOD here to be able to take care of those explosive hazards so that the Air Force can continue on with their job safely. I think being an EOD technician at Hill is really unique in the fact that we get to do a wide variety of things. It's very rare that we'd be able to go out to the Utah Test and Training Range and be able to get rid of all the munitions that we do and do real large-scale demos. So, 100,000-pound shots, and there's a lot of unique things that we get to do here, and being able to live in a beautiful place like this and do this job is awesome.
pretty impressive stuff. I mean, everything that goes on in the Air Force, again, it takes a total team effort. It's not just pilots.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of specialties, over 160 jobs in the Air Force.
Well, yeah, and you think just here at Hill Air Force Base, thousands of employees and dozens of aircraft. You know, so if you put that in perspective, it's hundreds of people working on every single flight, on every single mission that goes out here.
Yeah, so we are waiting anxiously for the start of the Thunderbirds ground show. But while we wait, let's take a look at another essential function here at Hill Air Force Base, the ammo team.
So here at the 629th, we're not a traditional ammo squadron. We think ourselves more of the Amazon of the ammo world. So if a combat commander or a base anywhere around the world requires a type of munition, we're here to send it to them in a quick and efficient manner.
So the 649th Munitions Squadron's main mission is to provide world-class munitions to the warfighter. Now, what that means for us is that we can be asked to do anything from just small bullets to the largest non-nuclear munitions. It's all done through air transport. The reason why we do that is because it's the fastest. It's the most expensive, but it's going to be the quickest way of getting something that's needed to either backfill or rapidly set up a new mission. It could be a short amount of hours before we're notified and have to start moving.
Some of my day-to-day responsibilities are accountability for all our auxiliary mission equipment, AME for short. We handle 463 aircraft pallets, top nets, side nets, and all equipment used to palletize munitions for aircraft.
STAMP is an acronym. It stands for Standard Air Munitions Packages. So the easiest way to explain it is kind of like a menu. You know, you go up to McDonald's or whatever. Hey, I want a number 5. Okay, so somebody can tell us, I want a unit type code, UTC, for whatever type of munition grouping that it is. Most of the times we try and build it to where it's exactly what they need to build up that whole type of munition. So with the safety precautions, we need to make sure that we know what the assets are that we're working with. We need to make sure that we know how to handle them, what their drop distances are, just in case there is an accident, that we know how to be safe, and exactly what goes into that kind of stuff. From there, we need to make sure that people are qualified to be able to handle the equipment that is required to be able to maneuver or move the assets, put them onto aircraft pallets. So we do have some people that are brand new, and make sure that they're paired up with people that have been here for a while, and just make sure we got a good mix, a good balance of people that are trained up and ready to go. So STAMP is unique because, to simply put it, the Air Force has the job to move cargo, personnel, material, equipment through the air when it comes to the United States Transportation Command. So that logistics that goes into that is 100% Air Force. Now, what's unique to us about that is we're the ones that are doing it worldwide from a munitions standpoint, which is pretty much our main whole reason why we're here. The most rewarding part for me is that we have a worldwide impact just here at our home station, that we're able to provide munitions, hopefully in a life-saving manner, to be able to bring the folks that are deployed home safely as well.
The most rewarding part of my job is definitely seeing all these assets that I touch or products that I build for our UTCs actually get implemented, used, or sent out to different countries such as Ukraine. And I can personally say my hands were on those assets, and they're out there helping fight.
So there's always a lot going on the ground, in the air, and behind the scenes here at Hill Air Force Base. Well, have you heard of the A-10 Thunderbolt?
Who hasn't?
Well, I hadn't, but I'm learning a lot here. So the A-10 Thunderbolt is the first Air Force aircraft specifically designed for close air support of ground services. Oh, we have a little ceremony going on back here. Yeah, there's a lot going on here at the show today. Well, that support team is also working all the time here at the base. Take a look.
We only do about 10, maybe 20% of the work here in the shop. The core concept here is a complete overhaul. We build armament and firearms for the A-10, the F-22, the F-16, the F-18, the Cobra M197 helicopter. So the equipment will come through pretty hammered, pretty beat up. We'll then process the work by opening the box, tearing everything apart, and then we will go and sandblast it. This is an asset that has come into us. Still has all of its coating on, and then this is after it's been blasted. This one's actually gone pretty far through its process. It's already been welded to have new plugs. And then once we finish up with this process, we can get it through to the next process, which is plating, and it'll come back looking a lot prettier than this one did coming in. My favorite part of the job is by far testing the firearms. It's very, very, very fun to see that happen. We're one of the only, if not the only, building in the world that has a test fire range capable of being able to test fire at 30 mil. But I think a really important part of this shop that most people need to know is we work really hard to keep the process going, keep the assets moving through. I'd say it doesn't take a very special person, but it takes somebody with at least a good work ethic.
Good work ethic. We keep hearing so much about that.
Yeah, and what a great segue, because, it's not all work and no play here at Hill Air Force Base. Let's take a look at how some of the airmen spend their time when they're not working.
So the purpose of the ARC is to get airmen involved in the community and to bring everybody together. There's a lot of airmen here on base, and we just kind of want to be the glue that keeps everybody together and bring them into one common place so they can enjoy their time outside of work and just kind of be a hub for all the airmen. We have a lot of stuff held here. I know there's gaming tournaments, there's board games, they have Metal Mondays they're starting to implement, so you can come out and jam out with the instruments. A lot of cool stuff that, you won't really hear about until you really get into it and find out about it. Connecting with other people, it's a good opportunity to be able to find somebody that could help you out later down the road, and even just to have fun. It's a nice place to kind of connect with people once you're off work. After supporting the mission all day long, it's nice to have a place where you can come out, just chill and relax with your friends and really make a good time out of it.
The purpose of the ARC is just to provide airmen with that safe haven of sorts. So it's more of, what do you do with the ARC?
This is a good staycation, I love being here. It's fun, I love, playing piano. It gives me an opportunity to learn more. I don't have a car, so I don't really have anywhere to go. So I decided to come here, and it gives me a lot of opportunities like cooking. I can watch movies. There's a theater, there's a bunch of stuff that I can do. There are so many good opportunities to come out of this, and if we kept going and investing and helping the airmen out, it'll improve the Air Force and it'll improve Hill.
It's about having that sense of community with your fellow airmen, your wingmen, and then ultimately your friends.
All right, back here, Air Show Central.
Yes.
Dan Hawkins, Debbie Worthen. It has been honestly a great afternoon.
It has.
But dare I say, it's about to get better.
Yes, for sure. Yes, probably the big thing that everyone's been looking forward to, but a big headliner here
the moment you've been waiting for. Get out your phones if you're here, but buckle up. Thrill of a lifetime. The United States Air Force Thunderbirds about ready to start their ground show. You start to see it there. At some point here, we're going to turn it over to the Air Force Thunderbirds narrator. But, Debbie, this is really the headlining act, if you will. And, the the Thunderbirds bring a lot to this show.
Yeah, that's right. The precision demonstration of the F-16 Fighting Falcon and sharply choreographed ground ceremony will showcase the pride and professionalism of America's airmen.
Yeah, as the Thunderbirds, they're going to cut through the skies. They're going to be doing all kinds of cool stuff. Colonel Anderley, the commander of the 388th, he told us, hey, that's my favorite airplane, just the maneuverability.
Right.
We're going to see all of that. They're going to be wingtip to wingtip for a large portion of the show.
Yeah, 2 solo pilots have the privilege of showcasing the maximum capabilities of the F-16 with their very own precision routine. That is cool.
Yeah, so they fly in a 4-ship and then a 2-ship, and then they go at some points together, all 6. And so really they're the Air Force's ambassadors in blue, a huge recruiting tool for the Air Force.
Show after show, year after year, they are one of the Air Force's premier recruiting tools, and no doubt we know why. They're also world-renowned goodwill ambassadors.
Yeah, I mean, just 75 years of history for the Air Force, and, you know, the nation, the Air Force Thunderbirds. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I got to ask, Debbie, have you ever seen the Thunderbirds live?
I have seen the Thunderbirds live, yes, growing up in Utah. Now, I was just looking up a few facts, like, do the Thunderbirds fight in combat? And this says the squadron's F-16s are only slightly modified for air demos and can be made combat ready within 72 hours. According to the Air Force, the Thunderbirds F-16s still have all the capabilities of any other combat ready fighter.
Yeah, so the Thunderbirds based out of Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, part of the 57th Fighter Wing. And, you know, any of these pilots could be called up depending on our nation's needs. But here they are out here recruiting the next generation of airmen and guardians as you get a look at the crowd trying to get in. So got some big old camera lenses out there,
They
right?
sure do. Now, what I thought was really profound that we were hearing is Beowulf, who is the pilot of the F-35 that we've been seeing out here today. She is not just a show pilot. She is an excellent, skilled, ready trained for air combat if needed. She's. We were told that she could be deployed at any given time. This is kind of just when she gets to show off and show what the plane is capable of. But I thought that was really important to mention that.
Yeah, all these airmen and pilots with the Thunderbirds selected, really best of the best in the Air Force, and a true honor to represent as the ambassadors in blue, and perform this mission. But they could seamlessly rotate back in and do the Air Force's mission to fly, fight, and win. So pretty cool stuff here, and can't wait to see this demonstration. It should be around a 35-minute actual air routine. We talked with Lieutenant Colonel Ryan Yingling, the operations officer, Thunderbird number 7, this morning when Matt was here, and you could just sense how honored all of these pilots are to not only fly for the Thunderbirds, but just in general for the Air Force.
Yeah, no, it is very cool. What an honor that they have gotten to this point in their career, and what an amazing moment when they get to go and do this show, which is always a crowd pleaser, always has to be perfectly precise as they get out, and still in a plane that we were told could head over to combat at any time.
Yeah, so these are the F-16s with the Block 52 engine, as Colonel Anderley told us, the big engine.
Right.
So, capable of breaking the sound barrier. So excited to see that. And we're going to see a lot of aerobatics that there's only Debbie, that's really what's so unique about this. There's only a fraction of people in really the world who could pull off the stunts that the Air Force Thunderbirds are able to do.
Right. Highlight of this show for sure, as we get to watch them and their half an hour, do we call it aerobatics? What do we call it as they head out there?
Yeah, I mean,
it's one way. It seems diluted.
There's aerobatics. I mean, they're showing the F-16's capability. They're demonstrating American air power and resolve. I mean, just so many different things. And, not to be understated, but we've talked about it quite a bit today, but just recruiting the next generation of airmen and guardians.
Yeah, because I got to say, if I was joining the Air Force, I probably wouldn't want to fly an F-35 or be part of the Thunderbirds. I mean, I guess that's probably what everyone wants, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, how can you not come to the air show and be, inspired to serve, after you watch this show?
Right. So they're getting ready, and really, even look as they're walking, as each person walks, it is all so perfectly choreographed. And this happens long before they get in the air. Even the pomp and circumstance of them getting in position and having the routine and the schedule that they have as they help each other into the planes, as they get ready, as they stand at alert right there on the tarmac.
Yeah, so this is kind of the culmination, this end part, the actual show, right? They actually train all off season, so like over the winter months, and they actually go. A lot of people don't know this. They actually go spend a week or two with the Navy's Blue Angels team, and they train together and learn from each other to help tweak their shows. So that's pretty cool too, right?
No, it is very cool. And every move they make, every thought that they make while they're in that airplane. I mean, what an aircraft, number one, to be flying in, and then number two, to be with that team that you're flying with, making sure everyone is perfectly in sync and perfectly on their game.
Yeah, that joint training with the Thunderbirds really reflects today's operational environment in the Department of Defense. We operate increasingly in joint environments, especially in theater, supporting combatant commanders around the world. So pretty cool. Oh, guess what? They're firing it up. I know. I could see it. Debbie's face just got really excited.
Yeah.
She did. They are firing up those engines. So we should be shifting to the narrator for the Air Force Thunderbirds soon. We'll see if we get that sound. But that's a great show from the Air Force Thunderbirds. But they're getting ready to taxi out. And another unique thing about the Thunderbirds, Debbie, that I don't think a lot of people know is before a typical Air Force pilot, when they show up to go fly a sortie, they meet the crew chief on the ground, and the pilot themselves will do a walk around of the aircraft, checking things like structural integrity and different aspects of the aircraft before they take off. But what's unique about the Thunderbirds is the pilots, when they come out, they just get right up on the ladder and jump in that jet, and that goes to the trust, knowing that these are the best crew chiefs in the world. And so it just really demonstrates that commitment to excellence that we've heard all day. One of the Air Force's core values, there's 3 core values in the Air Force: integrity first, excellence in all we do, and all those things matter. So just seeing that on full display here today as the Air Force pilot gets into a plane where typically at most Air Force bases they'll do a walk around to the plane, and not that they don't trust their crew chiefs, obviously, but it's just a tenet of the Thunderbirds.
So the Thunderbirds perform precision aerial maneuvers, demonstrating the capabilities of Air Force high-performance aircraft to people throughout the world, and for us here today. The squadron exhibits the professional qualities the Air Force develops in the people who fly, maintain, and support these aircraft.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible what they can do in the air. And, the Thunderbirds, part of the Air Combat Command, but there's 8 pilots and 4 support officers, so 12 officers in total, but over 130 enlisted personnel in 25 different career fields. I mean, just really an expansive operation.
So what we will see over the next 30 minutes is a demonstration, a mix of formation flying and solo routines. The 4 aircraft diamond formation demonstrates the training and precision of Air Force pilots, while the solo aircraft highlight the maximum capabilities of the F-16.
Yeah. As you see some of that precision demonstration just by the ground crew. I mean, look at the pride and professionalism, and how sharp even the ground movement is.
And this just seems synonymous with patriotism, Independence Day, as we get ready to celebrate over the next couple of weeks. And what a way to kick things off here this afternoon.
I don't know about you, Debbie, but I'm thinking back, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should go back and be a Thunderbirds pilot.
You should do it.
This seems pretty cool. Wow.
This squadron will perform about 75 demonstrations each year. And more than 300 million people in all 50 states and 58 foreign countries have seen the red, white, and blue jets in more than 4,000 aerial demonstrations.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we haven't talked about, but that distinctive Air Force Thunderbirds, and even the way their logo's painted underneath the jet, so when they fly overhead, I mean, it is very distinctive. Like, if you see a Thunderbird jet, you're like, oh, the Thunderbird.
Yeah, you definitely know.
Yeah.
The Thunderbirds were officially activated in 1953. The first aircraft was the straight-winged F-84G Thunderjet, a combat fighter bomber that had seen action in Korea.
Yep. Yeah, they've actually changed planes a few times throughout their history, but they've been flying this F-16D model for quite a little while now. Getting great close-ups there. You see the crew chief unchalking the wheels as they get ready to taxi out. But every move of this event is actually choreographed and scripted. They talked about it earlier. They got inspiration from Disney.
Right.
Always tweaking the show. So every time you come out to see the Thunderbirds, you haven't seen the new show. It's something different.
Right. Which that's exciting.
Yeah. Makes it unique. Whether you've seen the Thunderbirds, 5 times or if this is your first time, it's going to be a great show.
The Thunderbirds made their television history in 2003 while celebrating their 50th anniversary. The commander leader started the Coca-Cola 600 by broadcasting live from Thunderbird number 1 as he said, "Gentlemen, start your engines."
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And the Thunderbirds, you see them all the time, right? They do Super Bowl flyovers. My commander, actually, in Air Education Training Command, my former commander, went out to Daytona and the Daytona 500 about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and supported that event with the Thunderbirds, and that was really awesome.
That is.
And, with that salute, they're about ready to taxi out. So we are, again, moments away from seeing the Thunderbirds fly across the skies here in Utah.
And what an absolute privilege to have this right here in our state. Wow. So beautiful. And even now the formation begins.
Yeah. Again, everything has a purpose, right? Like, just like every military operation, every single thing is done for a particular reason. And obviously, this looks pretty cool.
And you're right, it was 1983 that the Thunderbirds started using the F-16.
Yep. Yeah.
It's probably about when you started, right?
Not
quite.
Debbie over here dating me a little bit.
The 80s seemed like 20 years ago.
I was in the Air Force in 1989.
Okay.
So, but, yeah. Very cool. So those off to the right of our broadcast position, taxi down the 2 solo.
Yes. Oh, okay. That's what that is. All right. Yeah, they both went opposite directions.
So we're going to throw it out to the Air Force Thunderbirds narrator to take you through the rest of the show, and we'll see you on the backside. I can't wait.
The Thunderbird team is comprised of proud professionals who are motivated by a passion for service and a commitment to excellence. It all started in 1953 with the F-84 Thunderjet. In just 6 days, the first Thunderbird team crafted a demonstration that would shape the future of military jet demonstration teams for years to come. The Thunderbirds became the first supersonic capable jet demo team in 1956 with the transition to the F-100 Super Sabre. In the early years, flying at supersonic speeds and creating a sonic boom was an accepted way to begin the demonstration. While supersonic flight is now prohibited, the Thunderbird tradition of showcasing America's frontline fighter aircraft and representing the pride, precision, and professionalism of all of our 697,000 airmen continues today in the current team you see before you. With 28 different Air Force career fields, this team is a diverse group of exceptional airmen from all across this great nation who have committed to a mission greater than themselves. Each Thunderbird is filled with an intense passion, a sense of pride and purpose that represents the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force. Thunderbirds have been showcasing Americans what our Air Force can do for the past 69 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Now, please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and of the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they are ready, they will take to the skies. Soon you will hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. Lieutenant Colonel Elliott will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the nose up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop on takeoff. As the planes lift off the ground, watch for our slot pilot, Major Zane Taylor. He'll move quickly from the right wing into the slot position, forming the famous Thunderbird Diamond. Following the Diamond takeoff, you will see Thunderbirds 5 and 6 raise their landing gear in formation. Major Oliver will immediately pull 60 degrees into the vertical and perform a split S reversing his direction while still over the runway. This is all while Captain Katz executes an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude.
Number 1 is ready for takeoff, runway 32. Boss wind 3207, you're clear for takeoff, runway 32, it's showtime! Number 1 is clear for takeoff, runway 32, Thunderbirds, let's run them up!
And now Utah stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2022 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron, led by Lieutenant Colonel Justin Elliott, known to all the world as the Thunderbird! In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds, and in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5 Major Kyle Oliver and Thunderbird 6 Captain Daniel Katz, as they approach from behind and overhead to execute the ever-inspiring crossover break. Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart for your 2022 diamond. Pass in review. Now watch from your left as Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Kanaga as the slot pilot. Now look in front and to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Roll. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back and to the right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up, this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the Diamond is approaching from behind and to your left in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass in review. Surprise! Hill Air Force Base. That was Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now from your left, watch as our lead solo, Major Oliver, maintains level flight while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Captain Katz will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls. The Diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Lieutenant Colonel Justin Elliott calls for the 4 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Off, ready, now, and look.
From your right, Major Oliver, and from your left, Captain Katz, inbound for show center at a closing speed of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of him. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Our 2 solo pilots have positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross at show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver, made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 is approaching upside down. From directly in front, the Diamond pilots are once again in trail formation. As they pull straight up into the vertical, you'll see the wingmen move back into the Thunderbird Diamond formation. While the maneuvers you are watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ, whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. Thunderbird 5 with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. While supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Watch from the right as our California native Captain Katz goes from low and slow to a full afterburner muscle climb. Watch as Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the Diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 5-card loop. Now, from your left, Captain Katz will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as he climbs 3 miles straight up. ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in defense of our freedoms. Now watch as Thunderbird 6 demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn followed by a half cubic 8. Look behind and to your right for precision flying under G with the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation, we would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we greatly cherish. Now watch as Lieutenant Colonel Elliott repositions the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. As the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 66,000 airmen who are deployed around the world in defense of our freedoms. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for our democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our own country free. Now, from the right, watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the loop. Delta repositions for the Delta burst, the flying skill and grace you see evolves from 69 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As Airmen First, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before and wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brothers and sisters in arms who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Now approaching from directly in front, your 2022 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst. Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split S maneuver to cross again with a knife-edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver. Associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see. Look to your left as the Diamond approaches for the high bomb burst. As your Thunderbirds come into land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and surround themselves with excellence. All of us here in the Thunderbird family would like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbirds and officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place right on the crowd line, right to the right of the media tent. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on any of the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter at AF Thunderbirds. Now I would like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce you to an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Islamorada, Florida, Tech Sergeant Peyton Holmes. Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Kalamazoo, Michigan, Tech Sergeant Xavier Knapp. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Richmond, Virginia, Staff Sergeant Brandon Cooper. Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Elizabeth, New Jersey, Staff Sergeant Edward Santana Acosta. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Bronx, New York, Staff Sergeant Joshua Seda. Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Palmdale, California, Staff Sergeant Takanobu Todd. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Bronx, New York, Staff Sergeant Andrew Reyes. Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from South Kenosha, Wisconsin, Staff Sergeant Austin Guerra. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Ciales, Puerto Rico, Staff Sergeant Kenneth Colon Otero. Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Mainstay, Michigan, Staff Sergeant Hayden Cottage.
And the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. What a show.
What a show. That was absolutely incredible. You said something that really did happen. You said you have to watch out because they're going to get sneaky. And there were a couple of times, and all of a sudden those two pilots came through, and it's so loud you can just feel it. It's amazing, but I don't think anyone was expecting it.
I did my best to pre-warn you.
Yes, you did.
Without giving too much away.
Right. Now, and you said that this is a different show all the time. They rework the choreography.
Constantly tweaking. So, you know what? If you've seen the Thunderbirds, at two other air shows, what you saw today was going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah,
quite frankly, it's
doesn't.
just so entertaining. And what I love about it is that it is one of those things where we're doing this trick because we can. Yeah, it's just
because we're the world's greatest Air Force and fighter pilots.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You can definitely see that. We've used the word so many times today, precision and exactness. And that's when you just see that at its peak.
Yeah, and you see the Thunderbirds taxiing into the, I would definitely say, approval of the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Just a lot of wide eyes and open mouths at the end of that performance. So day one of the Warriors over the Wasatch Air Show is in the books, but don't fret. We have a second day.
Right.
We will be live with you all day tomorrow starting around 9:44 a.m.
Around 9:44.
Yeah.
Not 9:45.
Yeah. Get it at 9:44. We'll have a pre-show for you.
Yes.
But make sure you tune in on the KSL5 TV app as well as the Hill Air Force Facebook page. But before we log off, Debbie, it's been a world of fun.
Oh.
What did you think?
You know what? It exceeded my expectations. I always remembered loving this as a kid. I haven't really been in my adult life, and it's that much better. And I think part of it is you just appreciate so much what they're doing. You appreciate what the Air Force does for the country, and just to see everyone here out supporting them today. I mean, really in mass numbers. It's fun.
So it's been a great day for Matt Johnson, Debbie Worthen. I'm Dan Hawkins, our entire outstanding 2nd Audiovisual Squadron crew. We'll talk to you tomorrow from the great Utah Air Show. Good night, everybody.